אני רוצה רק לומר כמה דברים.
I'd like to say some
א'
things.
כל היום
First
אנחנו
of all,
מציינים גם
today we also
5 שנים לקיום
5
הארגון
years
הזה שנקרא
since this
אלמה.
organization
לפני
Alma
5
was
שנים
established. It was exactly
הייתה
5
מישהי
years
עם
ago
חזון
that somebody with a vision
ויעד מאוד מאוד מוגדר
very,
שפגשה אותי
defined, clear,
ואמרה בדיוק מה היא רוצה
met
לראות
me.
מאלמה.
And she said to me
בעוד-
exactly what she would like to see happen in Alma within several years. We just didn't expect it would take only 5 years, where we now already have 10,000 visitors a year that visit the Galilee, and they visit the Galilee because of the presence of Alma in Tefen in the Western Galilee, and that is not something you can take for granted, and it is continuously developing. One of the things we'd like to do in the future, when I talk about the future, I'm talking about the day after, whatever that means. I'd like us to see working in different languages with different programs and a lot of advanced things that we're already talking about for the benefit of research and education with regard to the security needs of Israel on the northern border. Let me emphasize something for anybody who still doesn't know. Alma is an NGO. It is an independent entity. It gets no support from any government body or any other research institute. Everything we do, we develop on our own. Our team, the entire wonderful team at Alma, and also the management, we are all residents of the North. I find it important to mention, and it is thanks to them that this fantastic center not only succeeds to bring so many people to the Western Galilee, but also engages in worldwide diplomacy. And we already know that the influence that we have throughout the world, and we know it. I'd like to talk about this day that we organized for you in order to thank the Alma team. The team is of people that invest so much energy into the research that they do and education, and I find it important to mention their hard work. I'm very glad that today we will get an opportunity to hear them, and I'd like to also thank our donors. We have donors worldwide. They very much appreciate what Alma does. They know how important Alma is, and we are very glad to have them here with us and that they continue to be with us. I wish you to enjoy today, and I would like to invite the founder and the president of the Alma Center, my colleague and my partner, Sarit Zehavi. Okay, after all the smiles, today, this is one day after 7 months have elapsed since the northern front was opened on October 8th. Since then, we experienced more than 1,500 attacks, mainly by Hezbollah, but also other organizations. We have 60,000 evacuees officially. We probably have more that come and go. And we have 43 communities that have become ghost towns. And mainly, there is a big question mark, and I'm not sure that we'll be able to give an answer to this question. When and how will the residents be able to go back home? The public discussion about the solutions and the questions of the type of attack that needs to be launched or diplomatic solutions, all of these discussions began just after this front was opened. But today we'd like to do something else. We want to talk about the problem. We feel that the problem was maybe forgotten while discussing the solutions. I always believed in information. That's what I do. And I think we have to talk about the solutions only after we understand the problem, the challenges, get the information, the education, if you will, with regard to what is really happening here. And that is why this conference is structured in this way. We're going to talk about the strategic arena and the Iranian involvement, both ideologically and militarily speaking. We're also going to talk about the civil aspect. It was very important for me to bring the voice of the North here today, of the transparent people. And I sincerely hope all of this is going to reach Jerusalem, even though we're just 15 kilometers away from the border. we're going to talk about how to speak to them, what they experience, what they go through, what it means to defend and protect a community when it is empty, when it is full. These people are not just parts of a board game. They have an important significance, and we wanted to sound their voice. It was also very important to me that we understand the enemy. Who is Hezbollah? What is the threat that it poses us, especially after 7 months of fighting? And we will try to do that today as well. And of course, the international arena, which is very involved. We can see it also in the Southern Front. It's very tangible there. The international community is very involved in the solutions, and also the IRGC and the foundation lines of the solutions, the military solutions. We will talk about all of that today. It's very important. We're very excited by the audience that is here today. Thank you very, very much for having come here without ways. And we hope that together with you, you have a role here today, that you will become ambassadors of what you hear here today, and you will spread the word. The word of what the Northern Front is, what the challenge is for the State of Israel, and where it is situated in the wider context of the Iron Swords War. In the very end, now that I've thanked you, I also would like to thank our CEO, David Ur, and the entire Alma Center team for having prepared this wonderful event. This is our first time to host such a big event. So let's start straight away. I'd like to invite Yaakov Lapin to host the first session. He's a senior researcher. He's very much interviewed in I-24. This week he published an excellent article about the Iranian nuclear program. He specializes in military and strategic issues of the State of Israel, and he also published a book. And Lapin, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Sarit. Thank you, everybody. It is a pleasure to see such a large audience with us, and many are watching us online. I think it's going to be a very important day when we talk about Iran. Ultimately, the goal of the Iranian regime is not a secret. After all, Iran explicitly says what it wants. It wants to take over the Middle East. It wants to be the ruler, the Shiite Persian ruler of the area. It wants to destroy the State of Israel, and it also wants to overthrow all the governments, the Sunni Shiite governments that oppose this vision and that stand in its way. And after that, it also wants to expand its influence even more in the world. It wants to build an empire that is going to work towards bringing the messianic leader. Now, this is such a radical goal, and therefore in the West, they don't take it seriously. It's actually not logical. It doesn't make sense for a country to behave in this way. And that's, as far as the Iranian regime is concerned and the IRGC, that is exactly what is underlying their vision and their goal. And therefore, I think and I believe that everything we'll talk about today will be the how. I've told you what the goal is, but now we'll talk about how they're going to achieve this goal. And we're going to hear a lot about that today. Generally, I'll say that I can identify several main tools for achieving this vision. First one is the proxies that Iran has established throughout the Middle East. They're all trained and operated by Tehran and the IRGC and the Quds Force. And there are various levels of coordination. Next is the nuclear program. And third is the program that is about the missiles and the UAVs. These are the three main tools for realizing the Iranian vision, and each of them serves the other ones. For example, Iran is making quick progress in its nuclear plan. It is very worrying And they're crossing a lot of red lines with it, and there is no answer, no solution for this, while the Hamas and Hezbollah proxies are keeping Israel busy. And we can see how this Iranian network is working when one component serves the progress of another component. Ultimately, Iran would like for there to be a nuclear umbrella over all its proxies. And in this way, both Iran and the proxies will be able to act very brazenly while deterring Israel. By the way, I published, as Sarit just said, a relatively detailed report about the Iranian nuclear progress, and I recommend that people read it because they will find a summary, a wide summary. And when you put all of these points together, you can really see how Iran is exploiting or using the fact that its proxies are keeping the international community busy in order to make progress with its nuclear program, just as I just explained. What I'd like to do now is actually move on to our speakers. So this way we'll be okay with the timetables. We're going to begin with Boaz Shapira. He's a researcher at the Alma Center. In the past year, he's focusing on the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. In recent months, he published reports about them, including the Navy of the IRGC. And I think that is the most thorough report that exists publicly on this issue. He also gathers a lot of information about the ground forces of the IRGC, about the Quds Force, the Basij. He lives in Ramat Golan, the Golan Heights. He lives in the north. And Boaz, the floor is yours. Good morning. Thank you for being with us today. This was a serious build-up, what Yaakov said. I will try to very generally tell you about this organization that's called IRGC, but more in the aspect of where it gets its force from, what its intensity is. What we're going to hear is just the very tip of the iceberg. As Lapin said, we are now publishing reports that will mainly review the military arms as deeply as possible, as thoroughly as possible. And I suggest that you read that and you'll be able to learn more. Now we've been hearing about the IRGC in the context, in the military context. We've heard Israeli attacks in Syria, exposure of underground bases, drills where they shoot missiles. Something else that's a bit more prominent recently is the matter of ships. We've seen it in the Persian Gulf and also in the Red Sea, taking over, helping the Houthis, sending UAVs. That has been very prominent until recent weeks. The Iranian attack that we saw about 3 or 4 weeks ago, that was already closer to home. And it also gave us a much more tangible demonstration of what this organization can actually do, because ultimately this organization is about 1,500 kilometers away, and they managed a barrage of 100 ballistic missiles and 300 projectiles in all. And in total, they came here and they were well-timed. And that is not something you can disregard, but you have to understand that this is an organization that's much more than just military capabilities. It's a tremendous organization. They have economic arms, many fields that it is involved in. Almost everything in Iran is something they're involved in. They have an economic empire of about 250 or 300 billion. And in addition to that, they're also controlling sectors within Iran, politics, economics, the legal system, culture. And they also have a very big influence, very large influence on the implementation and design of Iran's foreign policy and its conduct in the area. To make it a bit simpler, I made I roughly divided it into a military aspect and a political civilian aspect, but you'll see they're both connected to one another, and each enables the operations of the other. If you're familiar with Hezbollah, it's actually very similar to what goes on there. the military supports the civilian and vice versa. That is very generally speaking. Let me just review, if you're not familiar with it. The IRGC was founded according to a direct order by Khomeini. They were built as a military force with two aims. One is to protect the regime and the values of the ideology of the revolution. And second is disseminating the ideas outside of Iran. They were probably supposed to also replace the military, but the Iran-Iraq war got in the way of that. So we're talking about a Republic Guard of sorts, responsible to squash oppression from within, and externally they are a tool that can implement the interests of the regime. They started out small in the 1980s during the Iran-Iraq war. They became much bigger. They got more budgets, more manpower, more fields of responsibility, more activity. And in this context, that is when their military arms were established. The Navy, the Aerospace Force, the Quds Force, etc. And according to various estimates, they have about 150 to 200,000 people that serve in the IRGC, and that does not include the Basij. These are semi-military, semi-civilian militias that, when needed, they are recruited. You can see them often when they're trying to squash protests. So now, when you look at Iran, they have two parallel concurrent military forces. One is the Iranian military, like any other army, the military that you would know, and on the other hand, we have the IRGC. Officially, they both report to the head of the armed forces of Iran, but de facto, the army is a lot less prepared, gets less quality tasks, and actually the more prominent one is the IRGC. IRGC also has much better ties with the government, much more influence. For example, you can see that in the Quds Force, what they do, the military doesn't usually know about, and they report directly and work according to the direct orders of the supreme leader. Now, they have become stronger in the 2000s, mainly with regard to procurement. China, Russia, North Korea, Syria, all of them sell missiles to them and ships and anything they can get their hands on. And concurrently, they're also beginning a long-term strategic process in these years of establishing their infrastructures for knowledge and manufacturing. They understand that it's very difficult to obtain weapons, and they'd rather do it by themselves. They don't want to depend on others. It's actually quite similar to what's happening here. We're also talking here in Israel. Systems by itself. I'm talking about rifles, and I'm talking about helmets, the most basic things, and then also trucks and UAVs, and also the ballistic missiles and the cruise missiles that we saw, very impressive ships and also submarines. Iran even sells weapons to other countries. This is part of what Iran manufactures that you can see here. You can see the submarine, for example. This is originally from North Korea, but now it is entirely manufactured in Iran. These are new ships from the past year or 18 months. Each has about 15 missiles. I'm talking about anti-tank missiles. I'm talking about torpedoes, about cruise missiles. They have fast ships that can shoot, launch missiles. They're very impressive capabilities. With regard to what they manufacture, they don't only sell UAVs to Russia and sell manufacturing infrastructures to them. This, for example, is a ship in Venezuela. This is really the back door of the United States. These are anti-ship missiles. We know that they have even more significant capabilities there. They even negotiated with other countries, for example, Bolivia, to sell UAVs to them. Their capabilities are not bad at all. And in all of this, the IRGC has a very central role. It is in charge of a lot of these arrays, responsible for the proliferation of it all. They're also in charge of the nuclear program, including any and all aspects all of these things are a tremendous operation. They're also in charge of the missile program. They now have more than 20 types of ballistic missiles and cruise missiles. Some of them go as far as 2,000 kilometers, some even further. There's also a space program with several types of launches. They already positioned several launches. Some of the UAVs are of the IRGC, and they are the ones who transfer these capabilities to the Houthis and to Hezbollah. We also talked about the ships, and also the aerial defense array is theirs, even though it does rely on Russian versions. But as we said, their role does not amount only to within Iran. They also have outside capabilities. They are very thoroughly involved in many countries of the region: Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. We're very familiar with that. I'm not only talking about military involvement, also political involvement, and also the Gaza Strip, Sudan, Afghanistan, Eritrea, Algeria, Judea and Samaria, and really the entire Middle East and beyond. In these places, they build up militias and they give them weapons. And they have experts there. In Syria, for example, just in the past few months, Iranian experts were killed in attacks of the Liechtenstein force. This is really an effect that is just expanding more and more, and we expect to see more of it. Now, in all of these arenas, the military efforts are also accompanied by civil efforts. What does that mean? When they go into Syria, Lebanon, or Iraq, they also they set up schools and religious institutions and educational institutions. They help the population because they'd like the population to become dependent on them. They rehabilitate buildings. You can see that in Syria. Beyond that, IRGC has activity that we're familiar with in South America, in Africa, in Asia, various projects, for example, hydroelectric dams and rehabilitation of infrastructures, and they also they also have criminal activity. For example, drug cartels, and it sounds ridiculous, but we're talking about billions of dollars, and that is the military aspect. The other part of the puzzle, that is the civilian part, that is also very much responsible for this force, the power of the IRGC. We talked about buying weapons in the 1980s, 1990s. There is also a process where the IRGC are becoming stronger within Iran. We said they're actually the strongest entity in the country, and there are several main ways in which they did this. I will speak about them in a nutshell. First of all, they became involved in the government. Previous senior officers find themselves within the government institutions, and they bring in their friends. This is also supported by more conservative people in the system. The other thing is a small company that they set up that was designed to rehabilitate damage caused by the war. Now there are tremendous corporations, and they work in agriculture, high-tech, infrastructures, minerals, energy. They're involved in all of that. It is the executive engineering arm of the regime. It is economically extremely important. They also work outside of Iran, not only inside Iran, and they too are involved both in the nuclear program and in the entire weapons industry. And civilly, they also support universities and banks. They're very versatile. And they additionally control also, that's the third way they do this, they have charity organizations and religious institutions and economic institutions. This means, as I said, that wherever you go in Iran, you'll find something that is to do with the IRGC. This is all very convenient. It's a great cover. It allows to bypass sanctions and limitations. It is a very good way for them to bring in money, including foreign currency, into Iran. And it also allows to perform activity and operations outside of Iran. Things such as establishing terrorist infrastructures, and also the ability to purchase dual-use technologies, as we published in one of our reports. Another aspect of all of this is that it allows very tight supervision of the economy and the population. So IRGC are actually present everywhere in Iran, both physically and also ideologically. People know that there is always supervision going on and control. We're talking about 30 to 80% control of the economy, hundreds of billions of dollars. And if I conclude, because Lapin has been looking at me, their power is because of their special role in the government and because they were smart enough to establish themselves both in the civilian aspect and economically, politically, and on the other hand, significant military power. They are everywhere in the government systems, in society, and they know how to hold on to the system as they want. There is a mechanism in Iran where the regime needs the IRGC and therefore supports it, and it becomes stronger and increases this dependence. And this is a kind of a circular mechanism that strengthens them and reinforces them. It can be seen by senior officers that have power positions within the regime. And I would have shown you this, but we don't have the time. But really the conclusion is that wherever you throw a stone, you'll find the IRGC in Iran. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Boaz. We'll have some time for Q&A a little later on. And you are all, of course, welcome to ask questions, and you'll be able to elaborate further. Thank you so much, Boaz. I am now proud to invite Mr. Tal Beerir, the Director of the Research Department in Alma Center. He'll be talking about the corridor from Iran to Iraq and Syria, all the way to Lebanon. 1,750 kilometers of corridor, which is basically the operative realization of the Iranian vision to export the revolution across the Middle East. So that's what we're talking about, and now we know what the what is. Now we're going to learn about how, and I'm very happy to invite Tal Beerir to the podium. Good morning. Thank you so much for coming. It really is so exciting to be standing here before you. I'd like to talk to you in the next few minutes about the Iranian military activity in Syria, and I'd like to focus primarily on the weapon smuggling corridor from Iran through Iraq, Syria, all the way to Lebanon, and on what is known as the CERS, CERS, Institute, which is really the Advanced Weapon Development Institute on Syrian soil. What is the corridor from Iran? The corridor basically goes through Iraq and Syria and leads to Lebanon. We're talking about 1,850 kilometers, give or take. And those who have want to do that, you can actually rent a car in Tehran, travel 25 hours, and reach Lebanon. In fact, this corridor is the realization, the operative realization of the Iranian vision to export the revolution, the Islamic revolution, across the Middle East. This corridor, and this is where you're going to get understand the importance of it, the importance that the Iranian regime attributes to this corridor. This corridor is operated by the same people that Boaz talked about before me, the IRGC, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. And the realization of this corridor is expressed not only in military aspects, which we'll talk about in just a moment, but also from economic aspects and religious aspects. In terms of the economic aspects, it allows the Iranians, or let's say it a different way, as funny as it might sound, this corridor allows us, Israel, to eat Iranian pistachio nuts. And how does that happen? Because Iranian goods travel through this corridor that you see here on the slide and get through Syria and Turkey to Europe and across the world. So there's actually a mechanism in place that can actually bypass sanctions if certain goods are sanctioned. So in terms of the religion, this corridor allows pilgrims, Shiite pilgrims, to travel by bus, by vehicle, by car, and reach Syria, very holy site to Shiites, headed by Sayyid Zaneb, which is in southern Damascus. I think we don't even need to mention the fact that the economic and religious aspects of this corridor, the Iranians, as they usually do, they exploit it also and use it for other things, for military purposes. And all of this religious and economic activity is in fact another cover, another front for the military activity, which really is the crown jewel, which really is the reason why this corridor is used, which is transferring weapons and militants from Iran to Iraq and Syria, and from there to Lebanon. In fact, from 2017 onwards, Syria has been defined as the key area in the jigsaw puzzle of this corridor and is strategically defined. And we see from 2017 onwards, over the last 7 years, that the main military effort by Iran is focused on entrenching and establishing this corridor in Syria. And how do they do that? Well, the method begins with creating, or rather generating and establishing, geographic anchors throughout Syrian territory where the routes go, the land corridor routes. It's actually paths, it's roads that the corridor goes through. And in fact, these geographic anchors become Iranian entrenchment territories for all intents and purposes. If you see, for example, on the map, I'm sorry we cannot hear the speaker, he's not speaking to a microphone, just one moment please. On the map you can see the entire path leading from Iran through Iraq, as I've mentioned, and going through El-Bukamal, or the El-Bukamal region. And the reason they do that through El-Bukamal is simply because they have a small problem called the United States, which is deployed in the El Tanaf region and does not allow the Iranians to cross through that area, which would have been a shorter route towards Syria and Lebanon. And that's why they go through El-Bukamal, which they view as an essential area to go through. So this entire strip between Al-Bukamal and Al-Mayadin and through there to Syria and Lebanon. And as you can see, the Iranians have marked geographic anchors such as the Al-Bukamal strip, such as Aleppo, such as Palmyra, such as Homs and Damascus. And there, in these geographic anchors, they entrench themselves civically, or from a civil perspective, ultimately in order to get to a point where they gain and garner the population's sympathy, and thereby entrenching themselves. And this civilian entrenchment provides the population with civil services, social services, anything that you can imagine. All these NGOs and associations that Boaz mentioned before, that allows for their military entrenchment and establishment through these Shiite militia groups that we keep hearing about. And in these areas of the corridor, and in fact the main, most basic role that these militia groups have is really securing, from a military perspective, this corridor and allowing the transfer both of goods, also the travel of pilgrims, and of course weapons. Now this corridor, this passage, this transfer of weapons to Syria, as I've said, is carried out primarily through these long land routes, which are marked in red on the map. But there are also two other routes. Naval route, which is just using ships, sea vessels, commercial sea vessels, and also not commercial ones, that leave Iranian ports and go through international sea routes, the Suez Canal, the Mediterranean, and get to Latakia, Tartus, and from there they can unload what they unload, and of course I'm talking about in the military sense about weapons. And there's another route, the air route, which means using an aircraft that takes off in Iran and lands in Syria and all sorts of places, all sorts of possibilities. It's primarily Damascus, but it can also be Aleppo, it can also be Deir ez-Zor. And those are basically the three main routes that this huge corridor operation we see on the map uses. These routes are being operated by Iran like an accordion. What does it mean? Sometimes they expand the land operation and minimize or reduce the naval and air. And on the other hand, at other times they will expand the naval at the expense of the land and air, or expand the air at the expense of the land and naval. So this is all due to operative constraints the Iranians have, that of course someone imposes on them, someone forces them to change this accordion type of method that they're doing. Someone disrupts them on land, so they move to sea. If somebody disrupts them on sea, then they move to air, and so on, and round again. And we really researched this, and we saw that over a period of time, several years, you can see constant changes, constant shifts in the intensity of the use of each route. And when you put all this intensity together and you connect it to all sorts of mysterious attacks launched by someone or other, you understand the context of this accordion, where you expand in air, where you expand on sea, and where do you expand on land. And we must understand that ultimately Iran's flexibility on land is limited. Because as I've said, the main entry point to Syria is through this geographic strip that begins in El Bukamal and gets to Deir ez-Zor. And this is the main strip that they enter through, usually through El Bukamal, through to Iraq. And that creates a constraint, operatively speaking, because if we know that someone only enters from one point, it's very easy to just wait for them and capture them, or start monitoring them and following them from that place. And so they had to kind of play the game of flexibility through the naval routes and through the air routes. And the Iranians, in fact, provided all sorts of solutions, all sorts of alternatives that are more hidden. It's like a front or a cover. Here you see the Banyas port. The Banyas port is the oil port in Syria, between Latakia and Tartus. Oil ships get there. Many Iranian oil ships reach that port. They still do. To the Banyas port, and in fact we suspect it is highly likely that this port uses as an entry point for the smuggling of weapons from Iran to Syria and Lebanon under the cover of these oil ships. March 11th, 2024. I want to ask you a simple question. What was a senior Navy officer called Rad Zarai, an Iranian naval officer? What was he doing in Banyas, near or east of the Banyas? What was he doing there, this man, Rad Zarai, a senior officer in the IRGC Navy? He was there on March 11th, 2024. What was he doing there? That's my question. Let me answer. That we think it is very likely that this Rada Zarai, this senior officer, which is like a colonel, that's his rank, he in fact was in charge of receiving various weapon systems that have to do with the development of naval capabilities, Hezbollah's naval capabilities probably. Such systems could have to do with radar stations, with anti-ship missiles, cruise missiles. And how did that equipment get there? And why was he specifically there at the Banyas? Well, you can see it on the slide. It's more than just a clue. It's the Banyas port, of course. I talked about the sea, which is being, or the naval routes being an alternative for land routes, but what about the air? We know that the Damascus International Airport, someone keeps bombing it, both the civil tracks and airway and different international areas. It's constantly being harmed, it's constantly being bombed. No aircraft can land there. So we suspect that there is utilization of Russian infrastructure on Syrian soil for Iran. I don't need to tell you I don't need to explain and to expand on the collaboration between Russia and Iran. And we believe that the Russian base in Khmeimim is actually used as an airport for Iranian use in Syria because of this relationship, this collaboration, this give and take between Iran and Russia. And it is used in order to smuggle Iranian weapons to Syria, when in fact it is defined as a safe zone. And by the way, if you don't know, this base, Khmeimim, is 19 kilometers south of Latakia. It is an air base, which is actually an international airport called Basel al-Assad, which is not operational, no longer active. And this safe zone, because of the huge Russian presence there, is used and utilized by Iran. And we began suspecting that this was so in May 2023. It was then that we identified a very unusual activity of a 747 Boeing aircraft, Iranian aircraft, that landed in that airport 6 times. And there were very few landings of aircraft apart from the Russians' use. It was an international airport that was desolate for a long time. Was not used, it was only used by Russians. The only use until February 2023 was for help when aircraft came to help because of the earthquake. Of course, all sorts of Iranian flights, and you can imagine what perhaps were on the aircraft coming in from Iran. It was supposed to be aid for the earthquake, but you can probably imagine what was there. The Iranians used the earthquake to use and to smuggle weapons into Syria. And this activity, this Iran Air Boeing, how come it landed there 6 times in Khmeimim? And add to that the landing of an Illusion 76, which you can see here. This is the Iran Air Boeing. It is a transport air jet, and here you can see this one at the bottom. This one here, you can see the same aircraft in Moscow, and this Illusion kept landing in Khmeimim aircraft. And there's also an Airbus, a Yazid Airways company Airbus, a brand new company that just suddenly showed up. And when we looked into it, we discovered that it was associated with Mahan Air. You all know Mahan Air. It is an official, so to speak, airline, which is a cover airline for the IRGC and is used to transfer weapons. I don't know, I can't tell you whether the Russians are ignoring this deliberately, this Iranian weapons smuggling into Syria, but I can say that it is very likely that Iran is smuggling weapons through this aircraft, through this airport into Syria, and using this in a situation. And there's another Russian interest here, and I'm going to move on to the next topic in terms of providing Iranian weapons. This interest is called the CERS Institute. This institute ultimately develops weapons and manufactures weapons, and that can get Khmeimim from there to Syria. But let's put that aside. We've talked about that enough. Let's talk about CERS itself, or SSRC as it is known in English. The French acronym is CERS. On March 31st, we saw that the sites there in Syria, the main military industry sites in Syria have been bombed several times. And due to these attacks, we know that weapons that were stored there have been destroyed. We know that some of the projects have been stopped. We know that some of the position holders have been detained. But ultimately, this activity was not thwarted. And in fact, it seems that the entire activity campaign against the CERS center is sort of like putting out fires, extinguishing fires, because some of these fires may have been quite large, but ultimately CERS continues and continues to operate and overcomes all the damage caused to it. And I want to come and say something very simple here. Israel must attack and strike and completely demolish and destroy all the CERS Institute infrastructure and sites on Syrian soil, and the sooner the better. And I'm saying that very totally because we want this attack to be very, very broad. This institute is very important for the Iranians. They have taken over this institute completely for two main reasons. One, the CERS Institute is a growth engine for weapon development, advanced weapons that Iran can use on Syrian soil. And the second thing is that CERS is actually a function that bypasses the entire corridor. It saves all the trouble. If development, especially by the 4000 Institute it was part of the CRS, it allows Iran through CRS infrastructure to develop its weapons, its precise rockets and missiles, its cruise missiles, its UAVs, all for Hezbollah and Shiite militia groups, or perhaps for other places around the world, who knows. And ultimately this activity on Syrian soil in the CRS Institute saves the Iranians trouble and shortens the route and means less logistics, means less manufacturing of weapons. In all of this 1,850 kilometers, it's a shortcut. And it also makes it easier for them to carry out their military security defense activity, securing this entire corridor, because it is just simply already in Syria. And from Syria, it's so short to transfer it to Hezbollah and to the militia groups. So the bottom line is, in the CRS context, is that this institute is an integral part of the corridor. It is a strategic asset for the Iranians, and in this context we simply have to destroy it completely. And just two final points. The matter of chemical weapons. The CERS center is a place where chemical weapons was developed. We're going to talk about the importance of that for Hezbollah, but this is yet another reason why. And then back in 2013, even though they said so, it was not actually resolved. And unfortunately, Syria in CERS Institute still has the knowledge and the chemical weapons that also need to be addressed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tal, for this fascinating presentation on crucial information that the world, international community, and the public at large should know. And I'm now very happy to invite Miri Eisin, who is currently the director of the ICT, of the Counter-Terror Institute. She has held various positions. She was also the Prime Minister's international media consultant, and she lectures around the world about geopolitics, and we're going to talk about the uniformity of arenas, and I will let you expand, Miri.
What you see from here, I don't see from there. That is This is going to be strange because I'm going to describe it in Hebrew, the English of the Persian, because I'd like to go from these fascinating presentations of what is now about the hardware on the ground. I'm going to talk about the middle ground, which is the issue of information, because Iran, I will talk about unity of arenas and also about the very physical attack by Iran against Israel in April. The reason I'm showing this is because it's from the El-Quds Day in April 2024, and I'd like to look back. There is two main things I'd like to talk about when we talk about Iran. Yes, you're right. Thank you. Because this is where it says April 3rd. So I'm showing you Tehran Times, and I'm talking about Quds Day with a Palestinian flag. And I'd like to remind everybody that already before the Al-Quds Force was established, concurrently with the IRGC being established, beginning to be established, the Ayatollah Khomeini, not Khamenei, declared the Al-Quds Day as the last Friday in the Ramadan month. It was so many years ago, so much in the beginning of the revolution, so relevant to the ideology of the reaching these values. Since then, we had the idea of Al-Quds and Jerusalem in general. So, of course, when the IRGC established the exporting force, this exporting force that is called IRGC, its name is Quds. It is lovely in terms of the word, because we all understand that Al-Quds means holy in Arabic. We all know that the united capital forever of Jerusalem, Western Jerusalem, is called Quds in Arabic. When it's translated into English every time, and here it's in Tehran time, so they called it Quds Day, but abroad often I see that it's translated in English, both with regard to the Al-Quds Force and the Al-Quds Day. Sometimes they'll say Jerusalem Day, and sometimes they'll say Holy Days, because that is the literal translation, and I'd like to talk about that, because there's two aspects I want to talk about. In this war, since October 7th, Iran is, with its information warfare, has been unifying the arenas since day one. I'm not saying that Iran planned this and solicited for this, and because of it, Hamas attacked. But since October 7th, already on that very day, we can fully see the Iranian strength that is reflected in the information war. We'll talk about the proxies later, but when I talk about the information war, not all of us are aware of the tremendous influence that it has. And this is why I want to give you some example, because we're living alongside it all the time. On Al-Quds Day, and this is designed for the wide audience, when I talk about the Iranian goal, what they're doing now, how they're exporting it, I'm not just looking back 45 years. I'm talking about 2024. What they said in 2024, you can see we are on the International Quds Day, reading from the slide. I hate even reading this. And now here, this is us. Guys, they issued this on April 3rd on the Al-Quds Day in 2024. So when I talk about the information war, with regard to unity of arenas, what Iran is publishing in English on its behalf, on its proxy, they're backing this, but they're also leading this, because this terminology is terminology that we fully see in the information warfare of all of the arenas around us. The Houthis speak in this way. Various Hezbollah in Iraq and in Lebanon speak in this manner. And I will tie this up with the Hamas matter. And I will show you how it's connected to the information warfare, because when I talk about what they do vis-a-vis us in this current war, so we already talked about the guy who died. And when we, yes, Tal, you talked about him, and I'm just showing this photo. You can see three figures here, and at this point we're pretty much familiar with them. Qasem Soleimani, most of us know him. This one, foreign sources say that Israel killed him in December 2023, and this man, the whole world says, not Israel, loud and clear, but he died at the heart of Damascus on April 1, 2024. And what we see in this picture on the left, when I talk about expanding the range and the dimensions in which Iran is attacking, it's not just the military capabilities that were clearly presented. It's not just the corridor via land, sea, and air that we talked about. It is actually a war that is in the realm of the information. All of us are part of it. Sarit, are they going to show the video today? How long ago was it? 3 days ago? 3 days ago, Hezbollah released a clip about the Alma Center. I thought it was funny. You need some sense of humor. And I said, let's show it to everybody. And Natan and Sarit, they're leading actors in it. Even I'm there. But you have to understand the influence of this information arena. This is something that the Islamic revolution does very forcefully. This idea of Al-Quds Day, that was there long before October 7th. This idea of using within this Tehran medium, this poster itself, that you can see that hanging in the billboards in the Palestine Square. This was what we call before, and after that came the Al-Quds Day, and he said, we're causing you to feel bad for what happened. Their Hebrew is not great. We're laughing at them, but you need to remember, they wrote in Hebrew in Tehran on April 1st before they attacked. And this issue of the centrality of the information warfare, that is something we can see from everywhere around us. Let's look further. I will now show this in this context because as far as I'm concerned, the actual information warfare, especially in the context of Hamas and the Palestinian issue, Israel, and I'm saying this politely, doesn't do much. But most of us are not aware that behind not the Palestinians per se, but even before them, there has been this Iranian entity. People say to me, Sunnis, Shiites, the idea of Al-Quds and Palestine and the liberation, they've been doing that for 45 years already. And now look what Miri finds from various places, and that's why I took from Sputnik. I took the name, I don't know how much this got coverage in Israel with regard to the name that Iranians gave their attack on the 13th, 14th. They called it Operation True Promise. Look how deep this goes. This idea, what are they talking about? Real hope? A promise. What a positive word. True promise. And that's the name they gave the attack by Iran against Israel. And you can see all the various breaking news items and all the various aspects. But let's talk about information warfare that is reflected in various ways in the recent weeks. Israel showed all of the places that we were attacked in. This was an official publication of the State of Israel in April. It was one of the first things that were published, because what are we supposed to feel? The entire country is being attacked. Now, wear different glasses. Look, Iran attacked the entire country. But look, this is from the Iranian news agency in English. Your next mistake will be the end of your fraudulent country. In the same Palestine Square on April 14th in Tehran. They're talking to us, to the audience here in Israel, in Kibbutz Lochamei HaGetaot. It's in Hebrew. Who else can read it except for us? So they made sure that the world gets their message. And then Israel said, you know what? This is what we did. I have a lot of criticism about a lot of these things that we do in Israel. Statistics, and more statistics. This is information warfare. Look what Iran published on that day, reading in English. We're now talking to people about world records. This looks the coolest. the biggest drone attack, largest missile attack. This is terminology that when you read it, you immediately understand that this is the very top that they could have reached. It's merely a slide, but you can see the picture. And they have a hashtag punishing the aggressor. This connects directly to the framing of this war, and it all is interconnected. This is not something new. This is in the Tehran Times, what I'm showing you now. Both of them, it's on the day after. One of them is Israel repeats its folly. Next step will be fearsome. This is all from what Tehran publishes in English in the information warfare. They don't want to influence us, Israel, or the Persians. No, they want to influence English speakers, all the English speakers that are here. And de facto, with regard to this is a bit more complex. This reminds me of Soleimani's hand after the attack. That's all that was left. But this is me in that disgusting photo. I apologize. Your next mistake, I mentioned that. And I'd like to finish off with this issue because Iran, like hybrid terrorist organizations, as a state, Iran as a state entity, it is constantly striving for legitimacy. The first thing that David said here today, and that is at the core of the Alma's work, it's the matter of delegitimizing Israel. It's not just the Palestinians that do this to me. There's a country constituting of 90 million people that have all of the capabilities of the industries that we heard about, and all these manufacturing facilities that they take from CERS, that they take from the industrial industry, the military industry in Iran. There's so much work has been conducted about this. Both Microsoft and Google studied this matter of dissemination of information in the social networks. That has all been studied. So why is this specifically interesting to us? This permanent mission of Iran, they sit in New York, inside the United Nations. What they're trying to show us here, we are legitimate. The illegitimate ones, and this is the difference between legitimate and legal. It's not exactly the same. And look what they're saying, reading in English.
premise, אנחנו בקושי ענינו על הסוגיה הזו. באופן כללי...
We hardly answered this matter. In general, in Israel, we tend to think we are right and they're wrong, and then everybody will eventually understand, and then we call that public diplomacy. This is a well-timed, very aggressive campaign that affects all of us. I've showed you just the tip of the iceberg of what the Iranians have been doing in the past 6 months, and this is an integral part of the future of all of us. I just had a few minutes, so that's what I could show you. Thank you very much, Miri. I'm inviting you to sit back down together with Boaz and Tal that will join you, and now we're going to go to the stage of Q&A. Yes, I'd also like a chair. Thank you very much. Why not? They say it's healthier to stand. Before we begin with questions from the audience, I'd like to ask one of my own questions. I'd like to ask Miri. First of all, thank you very much for the fascinating review. Here is my question. We know that in the Middle East, the messaging and the entire set of values will be different than that of the West. In your opinion, after Israel did manage to demonstrate technological supremacy, at least in the terms of the defense, and also as attackers, do you think the Iranian message became weaker in the Arabian countries? I mean, we saw that the Iranian threat is perceived as less forceful. Did Israel become stronger? I'm talking about the Arab world in the Middle East. Well, that's the question. Do you want me to give you the answer that you want to hear? No, please tell me what you really think. There is a tremendous difference between how countries see things, if we're talking about the regimes, and how the man on the street sees things. Hi, I live in the Middle East. There is a matter that is called the conspiracy, and therefore it's difficult to answer this question. It's not that Iran became weaker, because the conspiracy that was then talked about was, we knew this in advance. This became, it is reducing, and this is based on what Iran said. Iran said, we did something very small. We could have sent 3,000, not the 300 that we sent. And that means that in terms of the people on the street, they think they're still strong. Iran is still strong. But states do believe that Israel's investments in these preventative measures, if on October 7th there was such a tremendous failing compared to what was invested, then on April 14th, it was the success of the Israeli capabilities, and that meant something. Now it is already 1 month later, and the effects of these things are very short term. That means also with regard to the Iranian unity of arenas against us, those who are against us, the Iranian attack succeeded to unite with us. Those who are against Iran, that worked, but it was there for a very short period of time. Questions from the audience, please? My name is Hania Beris. I'm a journalist of a Spanish a newspaper, as you can hear by my accent, in Latin America, in Spain. I'd like to ask Miri, did I understand correctly from the tone of your words that you are criticizing our addressing of Iran's intense war of information? I will ask my next question. Boaz, maybe you can guess what I'd like to know, especially I'm from Uruguay originally, but this is to do with Latin America that is very relevant to me. Maybe if you think this is not going to interest everybody, you can talk to me during the break, but I'd like to know about the ship that was sold to Venezuela. You said negotiating UAVs with Bolivia. Can you say a little bit more about that? And Tal, a question for you. With this fascinating, amazing description that you gave us, is it maybe still possible to say that the entire war between the campaign between the wars, that we did succeed? I mean, I'm thinking you probably can't quantify it, but can we still say that we succeeded in all of the attacks of the Liechtenstein Air Force? Did we succeed to somehow make things smaller or slower, that Iran is a lot less established in Syria because they're being hurt? Or did we achieve nothing? We'll answer in the same order of the questions. I think that the state of Israel is definitely failing with regard to the system, the information warfare. I will not say any more about that, but I think we are failing. We can definitely do things differently. It's a decision, and I'm so sorry to say that I disagree 200% with what we've been doing. With regard to Iran's activity in South America, first of all, they're not hiding it. We heard people talk for several months back now that they want to reach Panama. They want to go to the Northern Pole to succeed there. And in Venezuela, there's collaborations with regard to smuggling oil and oil tanks, both militarily. And there's also the civilian aspect of building infrastructures in Nicaragua, in Bolivia. We can see negotiations with some other countries that support this access. And the message that needs to be conveyed is the backyard of the United States. In other words, a ship of Venezuela or Iran, whichever, that sails around Venezuela shores will reach Miami. The same course of action can happen in Miami Beach as well. They don't hide this, and you can see it very clearly in the area of Brazil and Uruguay, there in the three borders. You can see Hezbollah operations. It is not covert operation. It is criminal activity that is extremely out in the open and backed by Iran with Iranian presence on the ground. So the answer to you is yes. Not enough exposure, definitely not relatively to the threat that they're creating there. This is an excellent question because ultimately I will ask you back, did the terrorism ever stop? Israel is the country that works against terrorism more than any other country in the world. They neutralize and they arrest. We neutralize and arrest, and we have wars and campaigns, and terrorism has never stopped. So what's the solution? To stop doing what we've been doing? No. Ultimately, there's a certain threshold that you maintain. One day there will be a total war, but maybe this kind of activity will prevent types of things that we will not want to experience in this overall war. Let me tell you statistically, 70% or so of the attempts that we're familiar with, and that's important, the ones we're familiar with, where attempts were made to transfer weapons. So 70% of these attempts that we know of, Liechtenstein was able to handle them. But there are 30% of attempts where what they knew, they failed. And there's also another portion that they're not familiar with. But that's part of the war, and you can never stop the war. Any more questions? Yes, please. We'll come to you as well. I'll try to answer that question. I'll say, honestly, I have no idea. In terms of whether it increased or decreased, I don't know. We know the trend is going. Their input will be to some extent, but it made things easier for them, giving the $10 million of the oil money of that probably made things easier. I don't know if it changed the trend. It increases the attempts in other places, such as Algeria or Polisario, that maybe would have gotten less.
Who are mainly buying this oil at a discount rate is clearly going to nourish the Iranian war machine, and we're all going to see the consequence of that and are already probably seeing it in the region.
We have, with regard to the sanctions, I can only say the following. I'm going to approach this from the other direction. Sanctions are good, but they never prevent. We've seen Iran continuing very nicely, even becoming stronger with very strong sanctions against it, because there are alternatives, substitutes. When the Western world in Europe and the United States understand that addressing the head of the octopus, which is actually the name of our panel here today, is only through something physical, a military action, everything will be better for the entire world. That is the only alternative. Sanctions maybe can be a supporting tool, but nothing beyond that. Only military action together will allow the world to contend and deal with these threats. Yes, please. I can't hear the questions. I apologize. He's not using a microphone. So you're asking this as if there is some kind of a simple answer. That was a very complex question. And ultimately, let me say this, I'm sitting here now. It is and my right when I sit here. But does anybody in this room, after everything we said, think that there is a simple solution? Let's wake up in the morning and attack Iran. Really? That's what you want to happen? I'm just saying this because it's as if either or dichotomous, there are sanctions, there are no sanctions. These are complex events, and especially with Iran, because this issue of legitimacy of a state entity, ultimately Hamas and Hezbollah, by the Western world, they recognized as terrorist organizations. Iran is sanctioned, but it is still a country that can come and speak at the United Nations. So I'm saying you're looking for a solution if we go crazy or something else, but we're also part of the world. We're also within this challenge of this and that and that. And I know I didn't give a clear answer because in my opinion, there is no clear answer. And there's one more question now. First of all, thank you very much, Alma, for what you do, especially for today. First question for Tal, who talked about the corridor. Jordan, in the Iranian perspective, we saw the attack on Burj 22. And a question to you, Boaz. We recently heard the term from Iran, strategic patience. What is that? What does that mean after the April 14th attack? Jordan was always a fantasy for the Iranians. For many years, it has been that, both for Iran and Hezbollah. They established and they have special purpose units to work with the Iranian arena. They know exactly the strategic ties between Jordan and Israel and the importance of Jordan to Israel. The corridor to date is reflected in something relatively small. The corridor is reflected mainly with regard to smuggling through Jordan territory. These are not secret. It's all was all published. We're talking about tie-breaking weapons that go to Judea and Samaria. I'm talking about anti-tank missiles and other weapons, and that's what Iranians try to develop now as a byproduct, secondary route of the corridor, because we do understand that these weapons come through the corridor to Syria and from there through the common border to Jordan and from Jordan to Israel and to Judea and Samaria. Jordan is definitely something we need to pay attention to. We have to pay good attention to it. And Iranians are just waiting for this opportunity to use Jordan against us. Let me just add to this a corridor that was not spoken about when you said smuggling. I thought that's what you were going, is that Hezbollah and Syria export through Jordan, and therefore there's an axis that you can see on other maps that very much affects Jordan as well, because they have been fighting that as hard as they can. With regard to the strategic patience, we don't have time, I'll be brief. Until now, it took 40-something years. It will take 40, 60, 80 more years. Ultimately, we'll get there. Well, Iran will get there. It doesn't have to happen tomorrow morning, even if the campaign with Hezbollah now, even if we destroy them tomorrow, it's okay. They'll build capabilities, Jordan again, Syria again, Gaza again, and ultimately we'll get there. about this perception of time of the enemy. It's critical. When we talk about Hezbollah before and after the second Lebanon war, we see that Hezbollah now is much stronger than it used to be, and that sort of fortifies their idea that if they're patient, then time is on their side. Context, if we're talking about timelines, you should compare Israeli timelines. We're talking 10, 20, 50 years back. Sometimes somebody talks about the big rebellion of Bar Kokhba, but their reference is always hundreds and thousands of years back. That's like coffee, really. Thank you very much, everybody. Please come back at 10 after 12. That's when we will resume.
We are already 9 minutes late, so please let's proceed. Allow me to invite Avraham Levine. Avraham Levine has been with me almost since the very inception of Alma Center. He is in charge of all our digital. Everything you see outside, it is his fault. Blame him. And alongside that, I believe that every employee at Alma has to have 2 assignments, 2 roles at least. So Avraham is in charge of all the digital, but he's also a lecturer, and I can even say he's a great lecturer. He meets hundreds of groups a year, not specifically this year, because the IDF is enjoying him more than I am. He is on reserve duty very often. He's an intelligence officer, but most importantly, Avraham is a father of 8 children. He lives in the Golan Heights. So I am a big fan of his wife. I admire her greatly. He grew up in Kedumim. You're 2 kilometers away from Syria, right? Give or take, 4 kilometers? Okay, 4 kilometers. So Avram, please moderate the upcoming session. As usual, I'll begin with some thanks. So sorry, thank you for the opportunity. And to the speakers, thank you for coming, and to our guests as well. I tried to think over the last few days about the importance of this session, this panel. I tried to think about the importance of this panel. And at Alma, we've always had 2 topics. The first, which clouds everything else, is the security aspect, which is why we began with it, and we'll go back to it as well later on. But right now, let's talk about the civil aspect. It's something we've always touched upon. The different communities in the Galilee, living up north. And I tried to think, what is it expressed by? How does it manifest? How has it manifested in the last 7 months and counting? And in a conversation with one of the guests here, I'm not going to disclose who, he asked, has anyone, is he going to send a location on Waze? And I kind of smirked, and it didn't take him long, and then he said, oh wait, it doesn't work where you live. And again, when was it on the news? On the night that Miri talked about, and in the center, in central Israel, suddenly Waze didn't work. Well, wake up, good morning. We haven't had Waze since I returned home sometime in September, after a month. And really, this transparency, the fact that we in the north feel transparent, is something that people don't hear about, and that's what we want to focus on today. And when I talked to our panelists, we have 2 women and 1 man, I tried to think about what we'll talk about. So we have 3 women and 1 man. And one of the misconceptions about the North is that there's the matter of the North. It's the story of the North. And this is what the panel is going to bring. But there's not just one story. My story here in the southern part of the Golan Heights is not similar after I have gotten back, after a month of reserve duty. And I discovered that I don't live in a moshav, I live in an outpost, in a base, with some Golani, and with soldiers and all these different equipment and all these fortified posts. And my story is not similar. But southern Golan Heights to Nimrod's story and their threats in the northern part of the Golan Heights. Even these 2 very close circles, Sha'ar Yishuv, which has been evacuated, is not similar to Sde Nehemiah, which is probably completely open and everything is fine there. And Idmit, which on October 8th have already rapidly left and ran away, if I may say so, in order to not get hurt, is not the same as the story of Tarshiha. And really, I don't know if Sarit has planned this. I'm going to give her the credit that it was planned, but it's a whole range of stories, a diversity of stories. And Tal, who will be introduced first, the question that I found difficult to answer, and I asked her to introduce herself, please, so that we'll all know what to say. And the question we couldn't answer was very basic. Tal, where do you live? So I'll introduce you and I'll give you a few minutes. This panel is full of people, and therefore we won't have time afterwards to sit and ask questions. So you can all come up to us later after the panel and ask the panelists any questions you want. Tal is from the Western Galilee. Let's begin with that, then she'll talk about the rest. And she will introduce the story of relocation, which is a lovely word for what is going on here, and how the community broke down and how it's being rebuilt. And that's an amazing point that I think Inas will also be talking about, maybe more optimistically, unlike Gidi and Lilach, which I'm assuming will be less optimistic. But it's not just a matter of talking about the problems, it's a matter of understanding where we're headed, how we can rebuild from it. So Tal Lavi, the floor is yours. Well, nice to meet you. As you so well introduced me, I'm from Adamit. I'm Tal, I'm 49, I'm married, I have 3 children. 22 years old, who just finished her IDF service. Ori, who is drafting to the IDF in November, she's going to be a combat soldier. And Doron, who's 15 and a half. We did not run away. We've been evacuated on October 8th. We were asked to pack our bags by the head of the council, the mayor, Moshe Davidovich. Until October 7th, I think what I did for a living was to bring the good, the beautiful in Western Galilee. I brought bloggers and opinion shapers to tour the Galilee, and I completely ignored the fact that I was 500 meters away from the border. It wasn't even something that I thought about. I don't think that I would have been able to bring people all the way to the illustrated walls and to explain to them how to jump and how to take a picture of it on the iPhone. My project is called The Galilee is a Story, and it really is the story of the evacuation. It is like an evacuation in order to rebuild. That sounds kind of right wing, but as we've said, we're a family. We have 3 older children, and they ask older children's questions and they want the answers to them. We woke up on October 7th, a tense, volatile Shabbat. We woke up a Saturday morning, we sat in the living room, and there were windows all around us. There was light streaming in from the windows, blue skies, and until the day before, it was the most beautiful thing I had at home, these big windows. And my boys and my girl were looking at me and they said, what's the difference between the south and the north? Our house is just completely full of windows. It's so easy to break these windows. And my children were afraid. And we went into the safe room. It's my eldest's room, and we realized we couldn't lock the safe room, and we never thought about that. And even though we're on the border, we never thought of this possibility. So we went back to the living room, and for the first time, my children showed to me, they exhibited a difficulty, and I couldn't give them a solution. And I knew that we would overcome, but they had to hear the truth from me. A month before then, I was still the spokesperson of one of the local councils in the Western Galilee cluster. And I was sitting on an exercise. I knew what this meant. And I said, listen, if tomorrow morning Moshe Davidovich tells us to pack our bags and to go to grandma's, it means that we have to do that. And I said, what do you mean? Well, they said, what do they mean? And I said, well, it means it's wartime. And they asked me to prepare the bags and to pack a bag for 72 hours. That's what we were asked to do. Get a bag together for 72 hours, and that's how we left on October 8th. So if you're asking me where I live, on October 8th, I live in Givat Elah. This is where my mother lives. And we sat on a gallery level, and there were 7 of us. It was amazing. It was beautiful. The Ramat David aircraft made it a bit difficult for us, But we managed to pass the time. And then we had an online Zoom call from my community, the Adamit Kibbutz community. And the emergency authority on October 16th already evacuated us officially. And after we were spread out across the country, we were asked to reconvene, to gather once again. So my children were the first. They went to the Guy Beach Hotel in Tiberias, and that's where they were. I have a 14-and-a-half-year-old, as I've said, and I and my husband got there, and for 3 days we couldn't live with the children. We left our dog in Givat Ela, and there was no room in the hotel for us to sleep with our children. And from that moment on, all my stress amounted because a 14-and-a-half-year-old boy can't sleep without his mother. And I remember the home front command calling me up. They knew me by my name. They said, Tal, we'll take care of it. There's no hotel room. Do you want to sleep 5 in one room? And I haven't told you something very important. When we on October 7th were still home, the day before we were evacuated, Oren, my husband, he is in security, so I was evacuated, and he's also in part of the defense enterprise. And he said, well, if something happens, I have to become part of the rapid response unit. And I said, of course, there's no question about it. And at the same time, I realized that I now have to protect our house with the big blue explosive windows. And I said, wait 1 minute. I took him to the bedroom and I said, please show me how to use your civil weapon. And I had chills then, and I have chills now, and I will ultimately tell you what I want to happen in this very crazy situation. So in the Guy Beach Hotel, we all got together, 500 residents from all areas up north, and we usually see one another in tourist events, and I see some tourists also here. We go to Rosh Hanikra, we go to all various other events, we meet one another, and you see suddenly 500 people with wearied eyes, worried, wary, not knowing what to do. And maybe it's just like a small band-aid for the first aid that we got at the beginning, but after a month, when you already know what 500 families are going through, because the family therapy is happening in the corridors, you see it, you feel the pain, you live through it. It is a wounded community, and we decided that it was time for us to start thinking about something healthier. Imagine, it is so polarized. This really is the reality of the evacuees. You wake up in the morning, my husband goes to work, and at night he didn't come back to the hotel, so I had to go up to Kibbutz Gazit, and I was looking for somewhere to sleep. And I went to my brother-in-law, and this is how things happened from one day to the next. And in the morning we got to a room. We now live in a room that belongs to a soldier. And admit, I have a 220-meter apartment with big blue windows and the most beautiful view ever, which is so much more than just a military base now. And now we have a one single bedroom apartment. And I told the kids, we'll be back. We left rapidly, and I still had a minute to take a snapshot, to take a picture. And after we got the bracelet, we took it off. And this is our one-bedroom apartment. And my 14-and-a-half-year-old son didn't have a bedroom next to mine. He now lives 3 streets away from me. A kid on his own. But that's life. And this is my son Omer. This is my daughter Omer, who is a fighter. She is a combat soldier. She was very operative. I love that she really helped me because I'm so sensitive. And we wondered how we could furnish 2 empty apartments. And she also realized she can't stay in Gazit. So the matter of just healing the situation meant that from a 220-meter apartment, we now have 3 different houses, 1 in Kfar Bialik and 2 in Gazit. And my daughter Ori told me that she is going to keep studying in Menorca. She was to finish her matriculation exams, her high school diploma, and I gave her all the support I could, and I told her everything that needs to happen will happen. Even if it means I don't have a car, you can take the car so you can travel. And Ori now lives with Omer. She's 17 and a half, and she's not living with me in the same house. Yesterday, my sister got married, and I stand here And yesterday morning I was also working, and my daughters were asking, "It's your sister's wedding day. What are you doing here?" What am I doing here? I am doing exactly that. It's the polarity between having evacuees giving us up and telling us to go and exercise, and that heals us a little bit. But then you go back home, and it's an empty house. It's peeling. This is what it looks like. This is the kitchen. This is me. My feet are in the kitchen, and you can see the living room. But look how beautiful this kibbutz is. And when I look at the horizon, it's a healthy community. I don't know why I'm stressed. And they really embrace me. They have welcomed me. And there are other projects that have also embraced us. This is the vegetable project. And I realized that this is my time now that all my kids have apartments and we have something to eat, because there's also a dining hall, and if I can't make it because I have a meeting in Tel Aviv, and I started to get to communication. I realized that our transparent story can't remain transparent. It just cannot. It's so hard. My sister got married yesterday, and my dress remained in Lebanon. It's not in Adamit, it's in Lebanon. And I had to make do. And I'm relocating, right? On relocation, you don't know where your hairdresser is, you don't know where to do your nails, you don't know where to go find a clinic if you need a doctor. But listen to my son. When I ask him, "How are you, Doron?" he says, "Great. I'm happy in Kfar Tavor. We live in Gazit, and he's in Kaduri school and his friends." And then the council calls me up and says, "What are your plans for September 1st?" And I said, "What are your plans for September 1st? We are here at present. And what about what is he going to study next year?" Well, we went back to Kaduri school. That's where he is now. That's where we're planning on being next year. I come out the next day. I only have 1 minute. Wow. Okay, I'll do this very quickly. I'll talk of this last minute about building, because maybe you heard about many evacuees' stories, and unfortunately we have people in the south, and it's really wounded. We have been evacuated on time, so thank you for that. But we, or I, if you have something to eat and you have a place to sleep, you can breathe and move on. So fortunately, two NGOs, Galila and Psefas Galil Mosaic, we have projects for evacuees, because I was not compensated. I was working at an office and I was not compensated. I didn't wait for the government. I wanted to start working. I wanted to be back on stage. I wanted to start helping people. Business women, that's what I do now. I meet business women who have been evacuated in Tiberias, also online. And I even go back and do story workshops in the Enharod Museum and in Tarshiha, Inas. Do you recognize the picture from Tarshiha? And let me wrap up by saying what was going to happen on the day after. In the tourism, you said, when did they find out that we don't have a GPS early in Tel Aviv? Only when the Iranians struck. And they asked me, "Are you going to go back to Adamit 500 meters away from the border?" I don't know. I don't have an answer. I can't even give my children the answer to this question. But I can say that I don't want to wake up on October 7th, God forbid, to a matter of being kidnapped, because I don't know what will happen. I don't know whether it'll be any different. I don't want to use the gun that I asked my husband to explain to me how to use. Can you see us here? This is in Kalkalist newspaper. We're always looking toward the horizon. We're always leaning on nature around us. We know we're resilient, but we don't always want to rely on ourselves. We want to have the directorate telling us what's going to happen moving forward. So here you see us. This is our view. This is Adamit Park. This is the Tavor Mountain. I would really like to thank you so much, and to use or be helped by you. Please communicate our story. Think about it. We have families that are broken, that are split up. The matter that we get money, well, that's just the first stage in the theory of needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Tal. Really, when we look ahead, Tal relayed the demand to the top, some of it comes from the bottom. And Inas, whom I'm going to invite now, is a friend of Alma. She's a resident of Tarshiha. I'd like to invite you to take the floor and speak about the future. Hello, everybody, all of the dignitaries here, journalists, writers, security forces, and everybody who works for the work on the mines for a better future. I'm here, excited. I represent the abandoned, forgotten Galilee. This has happened since October 7th. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Ms. Sarit Zehavi, the founder and president of Alma Center, and the entire great Alma team. Let me give you some background about myself. 44 years ago, I was born in Nazareth, next to the church. I'm the firstborn of my parents. I came to the world full of love and giving to others. I was educated by the nuns during my 12 years of school. I knew deeply that as the firstborn, it is my mission and my responsibility to give the following generations, the value that is values based on love and accepting others. And based on this, I completed my academic studies, and then I moved to the Galilee 20 or so years ago. It was a very serious move from the city into the village. Like everything else I've done in my life, here too I did this alone, and I was determined. Whenever I saw an opportunity to contribute based on my values that were given to me, I didn't stop to look for the unifying place that brings people together. So I'm here to talk to you about the Galilee after October 7th. On October 7th, I woke up at 8:30 in the morning, allowing myself to get up a little bit later on my free day. I could not understand what I was seeing. It took me time to understand that we are in the midst of an existential war. The Galilee was attacked, and the resolution that was adopted was to evacuate population in the north up to 3.5 kilometers. In this context, about 61,800 residents were evacuated, of which 16% of these communities decided to stay in their places, such as Khofesh and Fasuta. They were too scared to leave their homes because they was scared that they wouldn't be brought back, like happened in Kfar Bara in the past. So what happened in these villages, in the ones that are close to them? Not enough shelters because of negligence. There was also a construction crisis, not enough infrastructures, and additionally, old buildings that were not in good working order. Around Ma'alot Tarshiha, it was also difficult and complicated, especially when the immigrants came. A lot of houses were built in Ma'alot without giving regard to protected spaces. Many people were recruited to reserve duty. Things were suspended. No more tourism, no more visitors. The Galilee was attacked. Many soldiers were called up urgently from all over the country, and this harmed the community resilience. As I stand here, it is very important for me to address a survey that was done by Dr. Adam Assad and Yaron Kappel, and this survey shows optimistic data. 56% agree with what Mansour Abbas said, according to which, that's more than half, according to which the Hamas attack on October 7th does not reflect the Arab society and the values of Islam. the best figure that was published is that 86.5% support helping the civilian effort during the war, and 71% don't feel comfortable to express themselves freely on social networks. At the same time, 84% are worried about their personal safety for the reasons that I mentioned, and 86% are concerned about their economic security and also their physical safety. This is the data. I will talk about it in a second. I will talk about these data, and I'll give some tangible examples of things that happened. It's important for me, and I stand here and I'm moved every time I talk about this issue, in my capacity as a community coordinator of the emergency teams of the Druzen and Circassian sector. I handle emergencies in the north, and these two pictures are two graduates that we lost in the war, both of them from Khorfesh, and they're both so dear to me. Dealing with bereavement and mourning and community resilience. What you see here, you can see several photographs here. These are photos that were taken in various schools. This is from the Pki'in school of Jamal Abbas. His mother is a colleague and a friend. We lost him in the war in Gaza. And here you can see reinforcing the resilience of the educational teams in the entire region. After October 7th, I was called urgently to Khorfesh as the coordinator in charge of the emergency teams, and from there I moved on to make packages together with the youth leaders and volunteers. Each day that passed, I felt a lot of satisfaction despite the tremendous pain. Suddenly I was among big groups that wanted to help, and requests for support. Plans were made to strengthen resilience of the community and personal resilience. The program that was put together was for the entire community, and especially the educational teams and the students. Special workshops were run for the teachers. It's important to mention that many NGOs donated. Mashabim NGO in the north donated. We got a lot of resources in the north, and also many women from nearby villages at this time had difficulties. They were fearful and they felt abandoned, especially after many men were called up in emergency call-up orders and were not around. There were a lot of collaborations in these villages. For example, for Suta and Ilya, there are no Christian villages that hosted and gave a lot to the soldiers. There was also a project on behalf of the embassy. Gifts were given to the Fasulta children during Christmas, and that strengthened the ties between these communities. Leadership that brings people together. What is the future of that? I'm very proud of being part of these through NGOs. As I mentioned, I will talk about the Hakiyat NGO. Before I begin to describe the enterprises in the north, I will address the research. 86.5%, a very large majority, have supported, participating, and contributing to the community. Hakiyat was established 3 years ago by Dorit Kraus from Kfar Vradim. We meet 3 times a month. The group has women from all sectors. During the war, there was a partial regression. We worked hard to strengthen the ties and the society fabric. There were several projects to do this during the war. This month we opened a new branch in Tefen after there was a lot of demand from women in the area. There is a mutual response. This is a mutual responsibility group. They would transport things, and we also iron things for people. This was established by a righteous man, Kobi. We helped needy families in 3 adjacent villages. We transported hot meals to them, food that was left over from the soldiers. We transported it to them. We didn't want to throw the food out. We wanted to find a way to give it out to people who want it and need it. And here, this is what I wanted to say about mutual responsibility as something that makes Israeli society stronger. I will finish off here, but I cannot complete my words without standing here and expressing prayer for all of the hostages to come home and all the families to come back, all the soldiers to come back to their families, and may we meet again in happier circumstances. Thank you very much, Inas. Let me invite Efrat. She's a resident of Sde Nehemiah. Again, from the variety that you hear here, you'll see each of us has different challenges, different stories. Sarit mentioned my 8 children. I have all ages, but some families, other families don't know about childcare or about children going to high school. The next speaker is one of the leaders of 1701. This is one of the organizations that began to put these problems on the table very early. Efrat, please, you're invited to speak.
Hello, and thank you to Alma Center for inviting me in for this fascinating day. I don't know if I'm more anxious now or less anxious now after having seen all the data brought by the speakers before me, but that's for later. So let me introduce myself briefly, in case you don't know, so you know where my background is and where I come from. Attorney Efrat Eldan Shechter. I live in Kibbutz Sde Nehemiah in the Upper Galilee. I was born and grew up in Kiryat Shmona. I'm from a bereaved family. My uncle was killed when a Katyusha hit in Kiryat Shmona in the late 1960s. And when I was a child, it happened many years before I was born, but I wasn't really aware of it. But now I understand what this means. This generational transfer is certainly what's happening to me. And I am active at Lobby 1701. I'll tell you a little bit about this lobby, even though it's not the matter at hand, just so that you know the background. I connect to, and I agree with what was said before about the October 7th morning. It's really become part of us and we'll never ever forget it. But for us, living in the north, living on the conflict zone, this day was very important for those who understood what was happening because we live on the border. And I just want to tell you my small story, what happened to me that morning. I woke up very early that morning. I wake up very early in the morning. I managed to go over all the news, and I cook and I do laundry, and by 8 o'clock in the morning everything is ready. But that morning it was a holiday, a Jewish holiday, and I could see the online reports from the south. And when I saw these white vans going into Sderot, and when very early in the morning the unofficial media channels brought rumors of what's happening in the south, I became very anxious, and I was sure that any minute it was going to start in the north as well. And I was also affected by the events marking 50 years to the Yom Kippur War. I saw the movie Golda and other TV series, and I was sure it was on the way to us. So very early on, at 8:30 in the morning, I woke up all my family members who were sleeping in, and we were wondering what to do. But at 10 a.m. we were already in the car with our bags packed, on the way to central Israel to family, because I was sure that it was going to start in the north any minute. And as we all know, not the exact threat scenario we thought, but the war up north definitely did start. So just very briefly about Lobby 1701. Again, I don't want to elaborate too much on it because it's not the topic I was asked to speak about. But just so that you know, Lobby 1701 is a civil organization. It's apolitical. It's Western and Upper Galilee residents, Kiryat Shmona, Shlomi, the kibbutzim and moshavim, all those who have been evacuated and those who have not been evacuated, who come together in order to represent the northern residents. And the lobby was set up because of what happened after October 7th in the north. The fact that families have been evacuated, that the residents are part of the rapid response units locally for the last 7 months. Residents have both evacuated and unevacuated localities, and we wanted to make ourselves heard, to reflect what is happening in the north, because unfortunately not too many people in Israel really know what's happening. Many people stop, and I have to say that ministers and members of Knesset who wanted to come and visit have come and went all the way up north, but some don't go past the Amiad junction because the security of the Knesset doesn't always allow us to come all the way to us, and that's how we started working. We carry out all sorts of activities. We go to the media, we go to the new security belt, and we make information accessible. We issue a daily and monthly targeting report or attack report to reflect this. We also are active in the Knesset vis-a-vis ministers and members of Knesset. We have the North Restoration Lobby set up by Efrat Reitan, member of Knesset Efrat Reitan, and MK Michael Biton. And we do a lot on the media, Israeli media, world media, because it's important for us as residents of the North to establish the case so that people understand what's happening here, so that if there will be any action, we will be able to start public diplomacy and provide legitimization so that everyone will understand what's happening and why it's happening and understand our situation. So that's just a little bit about the lobby. And just on a personal note, I want to say that the lobby gives me space, or a safe place, to be active in, to feel like I'm doing something, and to leave fear, anxiety and paralysis behind, which we've all been experiencing since October 7th. So on October 16th, the IDF evacuated the border communities up to 2 kilometers away from the border in an initiated step, and then there was also a government resolution that was decided by then, and the reason for the evacuation was because the welfare and of the community and the supply of products and basic services will not be able to be provided unless it is evacuated. And even though this was a government resolution, the Ministry of Defense did not evacuate 8 communities that were part of the resolution. And in addition to that, the government resolution about the evacuation was not very consistent. It didn't align with the border, with what we saw as the conflict zone, because not being evacuated and being 6 kilometers away from the border, we're still part of the conflict zone. And it's unclear what the rationale is, because the rationale wasn't actually acted upon. We can't have a normal routine either. So if that's the reason why the communities were evacuated, what about us? Sorry, I couldn't hear the question, but she said she's feeling ambivalent. I'm saying I'm grateful that we are where we are, but you'll soon understand what situation we're in. And by the way, this government resolution also is inconsistent with the Home Front Command directives that apply to this area. This is my kibbutz, Den Nehemiah. This is part of the Home Front app, and it says that we don't have a minute and a half when we have a warning, when we have it's immediate. As soon as we heard the boom, we only then hear the siren. Educational activities cannot be held in schools and regular classrooms, only in a place where you can be in a safe room quickly. And let me just say, because I can speak for an hour about our situation and explain, but I want to focus about I want to focus on several key points. The most important thing for me as a mother of 3 young children is where I believe it's going to be a problem for the long term is education. As Janusz Korczak said, if you worry about the days, you sow wheat, but if you want to talk about generations, you have to educate people. And in some of the unevacuated communities, we don't have any education facilities for 0 to 3 years old, and that's why many of the young families are not in the community. In elementary and high school, we do send our kids to school, but it's very limited. For the first month after October 7th, we only had Zoom once or twice a week with a teacher for an hour. After Hanukkah, around December, until December, it was we could only be in underground shelters, which obviously is not good conditions, in heterogeneous classrooms, various age groups together. And at present, the kids study 4 hours a week in high school. 4 hours a day, the speaker corrects. And in elementary school, 5 hours a day. For me as a mother, this really is detrimental to my children and their education. We've just heard several days ago, I don't want to go into politics, but we just heard a few days ago, we were told that what's September 1st? Why is everyone talking about September 1st? If you don't understand what September 1st is and what it represents to parents and families, it just doesn't understand what's happening. Right now, families up north, evacuated or non-evacuated, are talking about September 1st, and we're looking at what's happening at September 1st to determine where to live. Should they stay where they are? Should they go back home? And many families are leaving the north, and you must understand that, and they are living elsewhere. How much longer have I got? No more time. Okay. So I just want to say one more thing. I've only touched upon education, which I think is the most important, but there's also economic impact, negative impact on the communities that have not been evacuated and do not get the support that evacuated communities have been given. It sounds like very little, but it means a lot because businesses are ruined, families are ruined, and there's no compensation. The government is ignoring us. The state is ignoring us, and what we feel like is that we are being just left to our own devices. And to us, our lives, even in communities that have not been evacuated, have stopped since October 7th. And if the government won't do anything to help us, the north will remain desolate. And because Aaron Sher has died recently, he was the defenders at Tel Chai, what we could do today easily will be very difficult for us to do tomorrow. So don't leave us alone on our own. Thank you. It's very difficult to only be giving the case and not doing more. Lilach, if you could please come up to the podium now. Lilach is an officer in the past, and she's also a coordinator of the civil security at present. And if we can have the map up, it'll be good for Lilach as well. I think that I'll be the most optimistic of the bunch ultimately. My name is Lilach. I was an officer and I am now a member of the Forum of Dvorah Forum, and I'm a friend of Sarit. I was born in a kibbutz on the north to parents who founded Kiryat Shmona and then moved to a kibbutz in the Upper Galilee. I went to the central Israel, and then I came back and I founded, together with my friend, a small moshav by the Hermon mountain. And it's called Nimrod. You see this very northern point up there on the map? That's where we live. It's a community that hasn't been evacuated. I'm happy we haven't been evacuated. We don't have safe rooms either. We don't have school. Our school has been evacuated. Our kids go elsewhere. And I think that our strength is the most important thing. And Trumpeldor's line is the line that I am behind. Trumpeldor's plow had a line. But I want to talk about this. It's 4 comedic points. The first thing I want to talk about is that the Upper Galilee was in a bad state, but it's still not back on track because the improvement is just quantitative and it doesn't touch upon the core of the problems. And we're going to have to speak very quickly, but let me talk about 4 points because they're important. The first is the matter of periphery and border. In the past, the border had some depth. Now, the fence is the only border. That's what we feel. We see this and we talk about lines. The events of October 7th have proven to us that the road between the outpost of the soldiers and the community is just as vulnerable. We have many solutions to offer. Of course, if we talk about the military, we have to expand the line between the communities. We have to make the rapid response units bigger, increase them substantially. But how do we do that? Well, 50% of the communities are comprised of women. Why? They're not part of the rapid response unit. And I'm telling you because I'm the only female coordinator, civil security coordinator for the last 25 years. A woman sometimes comes and does something a little and then leaves again because we only, in the IDF, female soldiers, even if they have the capabilities, will only have a certain level of weapon experience. And if we give more weapon experience to women in the army, we'll have more security officials in these communities. So many things, so all these things have many solutions. So home front and front. The home front has a commander, right? A major general. And what do the area defense have? A brigadier general. And why? They have so many units under them, and I feel the same way. We belong to the same corps. What does it mean? That the weight between home front and fighting front has become reversed for us. And I don't want to blame anyone. I'm part of the system. But it's been reversed. And why? Why does it have such implications? Because there is no fighting front or home front in Metula, Dovev, in Idmit. They're all fighting front. Everyone can tell you the story. Tali also didn't believe that the home front command will come and give her care packages and food. And that's what I'm saying. We have to stop talking about home front. A home front is in Bat Yam and in Gedera. Whoever lives on the border is a fighting front. And that's what we have to talk about. And I can give you operative ideas, but we need to control what's happening. We can't wait for anyone to come and save us. And the second thing is relying on intelligence. Here again, there's no change. Again, we see the plans, the whole area will be full of units, people will come in, people will intervene, but forget it. They're not going to come. You have to give out weapons to the communities. Why not? Give the communities weapons. They'll be the first responders and they'll fight because it's their homes they're fighting for. And we all know that. And the last thing I want to talk about is the matter that we, whether civilians or soldiers, were not part of the army, but we feel like we're their clients, the army's clients. They're like a defense, a security company. It's made us feel distrust. It's made us become ineffective. And the most important thing is that the army is losing. And what's the idea of losing? Not a single farmer up north doesn't come to the fence every day and an intelligence officer can compete with. Changes on the ground is in our hands. Understanding what's happening on the ground is in our hands. It's just one mechanism out of countless mechanisms. And I don't want to say that as part of being an area defense officer, I had to wait for a tractor to move. Well, we have a farmer. The farmer can help, can move all the rocks, can move everything that's in my way and solve it. And by the way, I did that, but don't tell anyone because it goes against orders. And the last thing is, so that we really will have a last point to talk about, after we really relied on the government and the IDF, I want to tell you something. At the end of the day, it is our country. It is us. And whenever we say the Israel or the IDF or the government, we'll have a problem. And I don't want to reprimand anyone. I'm saying this to myself first and foremost. This is how I live my life. And I want to say that it is our initiative. It is in our hands. That we mustn't always be dependent upon what someone is saying and what someone will do. And therefore, I'm giving you a quote in June 1967, before the Golan Heights were occupied, were taken over. If you remember, if you're my age, Levi Eshkol, the Prime Minister, Dayan, the Minister of Defense, did not want to invade the Golan Heights, but Eshkol wanted to. Why? Because we had a water problem. I don't want to go into that. But he kind of ambushed Dayan, and in a defense minister meeting, he brought 3 residents of the Galilee to talk to Dayan and to tell him to take over the Golan Heights. And this was on June 8th, 1967. We had already taken over many areas, and what was left is the Golan Heights. And I will quote Shalom Chavlin from Kibbutz HaGoshrim. "Forgive me for my appearance," he said to the ministers and Prime Minister and Minister of Defense. "Excuse me for my appearance. I just came out of my point. I have been living in the Galilee for 34 years. My fate is the Galilee's fate. My sons were born there, my grandchildren were born there. And we want to live just like everyone else in Israel. We want to live and to thrive. We don't always want to bow our heads. We live and experience the ongoing threat of the enemy that is constantly on the mountains threatening us. And we know that if we, with our own hands, do not remove this threat, at this opportunity, we will not have another opportunity to do so. My son has been fighting in Sinai. My other son has been injured by a mortar shell. I'm always in my position, and my kids are in the shelter. Please help us. Take us out of this nightmare. We residents of the Galilee can no longer bear it. We are willing to fight together with the IDF on the front lines if there's if need be. And I served for 7 years on the Palmach. I'm experienced in combat. I'm willing to help wherever needed. But it is your call. You are our elected officials. Please think of us. Please allow us to live. So if you think this is now more relevant than ever, then it is. And finally, to wrap up, yes, Avram, to wrap up, I just want to tell you, there's not going to be a magic solution. No genius is going to stand up and suddenly say what we can do. We have been in a war of attrition since 1948, and we are living in border communities. And this is just like a big brawl, and the last one standing, there's the last one standing. And despite all the bad things that are happening, we have to be the ones to live, and we have to be the ones to win. But we're here, and we're here to stay. Thank you very much.
In English, that's already on air, and in Hebrew, that will be later. That is in my capacity as the media department. Gidi, you're going to be the final one on this panel. Gidi is a relatively new guest at Alma. He's 67 years old. He lives in Shar Yeshuv. He's a former lieutenant colonel, senior officer in 504, and he's now the head of the community emergency team. Gidi, the floor is yours. Hi, everybody. Hello. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I would very much like to pick up where Lilach left off. Really in the context of how to conduct ourselves, how does the country, the state, how does the military, all the other organizations conduct themselves vis-a-vis the confrontation line communities. In the north, it is disgraceful. By the way, 3 brigadier generals that did us a favor and visited us last week heard this from me in the presence of many others in those very words. But because I don't have much time, it is very important for me to represent the matter for which I was called here, the matter of the community emergency teams. Anybody who you ask what is a community emergency team will say, I don't know, because the definition is not the same when you ask different people. I've also met senior officers in the army. They asked me, why do you even need this entity? Before the war, they asked this. During the war, they asked this. What is this community emergency team? So I'm the head of this team in Shar Yeshuv since the summer of 2013. And before that, I was deputy head of that team during COVID. On the map, I'm more familiar with the red than the blue. I served in Lebanon for 12 consecutive years as part of my service in 504 and in Shar Yeshuv, and I was not born there in that place. I knew about 5 people, no more. Now I am very familiar with the place. I know all the homes, all the houses, and who lives where. I know all the more or less interesting stories about people in that community, and I'd like to say one word that will maybe summarize everything before I begin. In my opinion, the community emergency team is the most important organizational structure in the communities, whether we're talking about kibbutzim, moshavim, or cities, in the confrontation line, in order to manage the population and the emergency routine during events of war, but not only then. When I was appointed as head of the emergency team, I set out for myself 3 scenarios. And if you think that I drafted the war scenario before the war, well, I have witnesses that will say otherwise, not just my wife who is here with us today. I talk about 3 scenarios. One is an earthquake. We are located in a place that is included in the statistics of 1 serious earthquake every 100 years. We have to prepare for this. It is very significant, as significant as war in terms of what the emergency services have to prepare for and the population has to prepare for. Very significant, but unfortunately very little has been done in this regard. Next, war in the northern front that includes massive conquering by Hezbollah. I hope some of you saw the video clip that you can find in Alma, that ad that they published about 5 or 6 years ago about conquering the Galilee. The writing was on the wall. And if you ask my mother-in-law, I always said to her, she lives in Misgav-Am, I said to her, Grandma Ariela, you should have a bag ready because it might be that I have to pick you up after I give you only 1 hour warning. She thought I was kidding, but in the end, this happened. And the third matter is summer fires that is relevant to almost all of the communities in the area, and mainly to us because we live in the Banyas Valley, and that is a threat that threatens all the houses in the community on a yearly basis. These are the 3 things I addressed when I was preparing the community emergency team. The most sensitive, problematic issue is treating the residents. First of all, you have to establish trust. The population needs to believe that somebody really wants their best interests and sits in the same place as they do. That is challenge number 1. Next is preparing the community on the level of the population and establishment of infrastructures that can address the threat scenarios. That's to do with firefighting and with medical services and capabilities of managing a population. That is a critical matter in all of the communities, both evacuated and non-evacuated communities. It is relevant to kibbutzim and to moshavim, even though each place has its own nuances. But generally speaking, there are common shared issues. And of course, there is the matter of recruiting volunteers for the emergency team. And that is always true. Out of 100% population, at best, you can have about 15% volunteering, and they volunteer everywhere. They volunteer in the emergency team and also in the rapid response teams, and also in the local policing traffic work that they do, and they're also medics. So this is all the same 15%, and therefore our volunteer reserve is problematic. During the event, the matter of spokesmanship and contact with the population is critical. That is something that the community emergency team handles more or less successfully. Also, the keeping of the communities, if they stay in the evacuated community, that includes the elderly, that includes the farmers. They want to stay. Nobody will tell them to leave their homes. Nobody will tell them not to do their agricultural work. It's pointless. I understand that they're there, so I try to make their lives easier and take care of them in terms of security. But there's also weakened and elderly population who think that it's good for their children to grow up with the cannons and the shells in their surroundings. All of these people deserve to be taken care of. Also, the next issue is maintaining contact with the evacuated population, visiting hotels, calling them by telephone. Only a small percentage, not only in Shar Yishuv, went to hotels. Others left independently. Like, for example, our colleague here from Idmit. We provide solutions to do with resilience and with housing and with employment issues. Sometimes employers have to understand how they need to treat their employees. We do that, and we also help the needy in the community. We provide food. Some people have emotional issues. There is also the matter of monitoring and reporting about the population and reporting to the Homefront Command. And we also train teams, and we prepare the infrastructures, and this did not exist before the war. Because I don't have a lot of time, and I do have a lot to say, and I could actually speak here without stopping about the emergency teams and about the rapid response teams. There is bad things that I can say about the country and what it does or doesn't do, and I can say wonderful things about the population and the residents. But there are things that we need to talk about now. Before the war ends, we have to see who the emergency team reports to. Right now, it's the welfare ministry that doesn't even know that we are subject to them. And there is also the social worker in the council who is in charge of the emergency team. And that is correct for everybody. But the reason it's this way, it's because they think that's all they deal with, resilience of the residents. That's why it's a social worker. The emergency team also does not get any budgets. Everything we have and we use is from donations. Nothing comes from earmarked money. and also the matter of recruiting the volunteers of the emergency team using Order 8 that are the emergency recruitment orders. We need to be able to do that for our volunteers, because what happened is that within 48 hours, the only people left was myself and my deputy. Everybody else was called up to serve in the military. And that's what happens, because if I have younger people or young mothers, especially on my team, I completely understand. It is clear to me where their priorities lie. I'm not complaining. That is the reality. But I need people. And that is, in a nutshell, what I wanted to say to you. Thank you very much. Like I said when I opened, we're not going to do the Q&A now. We had more panelists, and also we're about 10 minutes late. So we're not going to postpone lunch, but I'd like us to stick to the timetables. So I will see you later. Thank you.
We'd like to begin, so let's please take our seats so we can start. The next session will be on Hezbollah. I would like to invite Dana Polak-Kanarik. She is a new researcher at Alma Center. It feels to me like she's been here an eternity, but she is new. She is actually responsible for our data research within the research department. In the past, she worked on business intelligence and investigations. She was at the INSS for a while, but then she came to us. Don't quote me. She grew up in a moshav north of Nahariya. Part of her family is still in the area. Dana came to us during the war. She has been responsible over the last few months for the publications that you see about the war. Everything you see, everything that brings you the full picture about what's going on here on the border. It's Dana who's bringing this picture. She will be moderating the next session, and the floor is yours. Hi everyone, my name is Dana. I'm a researcher at Alma Center, and I would like to just sort of connect to the previous panel. And following what Sarit has said, I grew up here in the Upper Galilee, in the Western Galilee, excuse me, in a community that has now been evacuated and has become a military zone and has actually been hit several times by Hezbollah strikes. So everything is very important. This is a very important voice that I want to voice, and I am in charge of all the data research in Alma, and my role includes collecting, processing, and analyzing data on attacks against Israel, identifying trends, and drawing the relevant insights and conclusions. And let's talk a little bit about figures and numbers. We're a bit short on time, but over the last month, 37 Israelis have been hurt, whether as civilians or soldiers, as part of Hezbollah attacks on the northern border. Of them, 4 were killed, 1 civilian and 3 soldiers, and 34 were wounded. And in this diagram, you can see all the attacks on the northern border since October 8th and until the end of April. these are attacks by Hezbollah and other organizations that attack Israel's northern area, and we can see that the intensity remains on an average of about 250 strikes per month, which is 50 to 60 strikes per week, half of which are against civilian infrastructure. All in all, a total of 1,637 attacks in 7 months of fighting. In this diagram, you can see the trends, Hezbollah's use of the various types of weapons. The data is based on on a number of incidents and not the number of projectiles launched in each event. So if in one incident 30 projectiles or 30 rockets were launched, it's still considered one incident. And you can see that until 2024, January 2024 that is, there was increased use of anti-tank missiles, but then we see the decline between December and January, and then since January 2024, there has been a decline in anti-tank shooting, and at the same time we see an increase in high trajectory. So even though the number of anti-tank incidents has gone down, we still see that Hezbollah has maintaining significant capacity for shootings, a 60 incident average a month, and we see that Hezbollah is maintaining its preparedness and readiness in 3 arrays: the rocket, the UAVs, and the anti-tank missiles. And so the relative reduction, or the relative decline in the use of anti-tank missiles should be looked at alongside the rise in the use of UAVs, which is another lethal means of high precision. And this trend has been on the rise in the last 3 months. We can see that in February there were 7 UAV incidents, in March there were 24, and in April there were 42 UAV incidents, which include events that Hezbollah has taken responsibility over, but also UAVs that have been intercepted and Hezbollah did not take responsibility for. And of course, some of these UAVs are not attack UAVs, they are reconnaissance UAVs. But another thing that we need to speak about when we talk about the increase in the use of UAVs is that over these months, responsibility has also been increasingly taken by Hezbollah, as we saw in Metula and yesterday in Nakia. So this is just a bit of data from us, and I'm very excited to begin this panel, and I'd like to invite Major General in Reserves Gershon HaKohen, who will speak about Hezbollah's rationale as an arm of Iran. Gershon served in various capacities in the IDF, including the commander of the Gash Formation, the commander of the military colleges, the commander of the Northern Corps, and the Division Commander's Course and 446 Corps. He was also a researcher at the Begin Sadat Strategic Research Center, and he also lives up north. So the floor is yours, Gershon. So first of all, aside from saying thank you for inviting me, well done, congratulations on this conference, it symbolizes the tremendous importance that if things don't come from the states, organized agencies, because the systems of the government are structurally blind, not because they do so maliciously, but it is just a kind of institutional blindness that they suffer from. And Sarit can tell you a thing or two about what she's seen and that others haven't seen because they just didn't want to see. I want to focus on one simple question, a question that we can explain to a young child. But why? Why is Hezbollah fighting us? And our friends, quote unquote, in Jabalia, Beit Hanun, in Gaza, we can say about those, Chak el Auda. Poor people, what can we do? They're miserable, they're refugees, they're dreaming of going back to the places where they have been sent away from in 1948 during the Nakba. They have a key around their necks, they each have their own stories. But what is Nasrallah's story? What is Naim Qasim's story? What is Ali Kachi, the commander of the southern front of Hezbollah? What is his story? They're not refugees. They were not here before. What are they fighting for? And I think that this is a very important question that Iran should also be asked, because they declared war against Israel. But not just that, they have a vision to annihilate Israel, and we haven't declared war against Iran. So it's asymmetrical. Why? And I don't think there's really an answer to this question, not unless we go to faith and religion. And it is very difficult for Westerners, for people in the West, because since the beginning of Christianity in the West, there has been a difference between nationality and religion, between the practical life, between the daily business and faith. But it's not so in Islam, and it's not so in the Bible, but we have come a long way since the Bible. So if we were to ask ourselves, what is so hard? Why is Hezbollah? Hezbollah is operated as a strategy of believers. And the word faith is not something we understand well either, because the best way to explain what faith looks like, what belief looks like, from the Hezbollah perspective and the jihadi perspective, and all those who fight us, is mujahideen, because of Abdallah Hazan and the great revolution that he led. But they are actually led, and they are driven by jihad. It means that the only way to explain it is that the dollar says, in God we trust. And if it had said, in God we believe, the Lubavitcher rabbi would not have given dollars out, because trust is life. Believe is theological. In Islam, there's no theology. God is in the practical reasoning. It's in the big questions of life, in the faith to follow a road that seems impossible. Faith that the believer can make the impossible possible. It is like the Chalutzim's Zionism, the pioneers' Zionism. So what does it mean in a nutshell? In a nutshell, it is faith being manifest in the practicality. El-Mukawama. Accidentally or mistakenly, the West translated it as resistance, but it's not. In the French resistance, when the war ends and the Germans leave, the French go back to their normal lives. El-Mukawama is not resistance. It is something that begins with a cosmic worldview that sees stability as an illusion, that has an envelope that is an interest of the bourgeois Western society to maintain reality and its stability, to mark the inability of those who disagree with this reality to go ahead and change it. And the Mukawama says first and foremost that the reality that seems stable is just like the calm waves of the sea. Today the sea may be calm, but tomorrow is a new day. And that's why every morning they ask, Shul Akhbar, what's new? Because the Muslim and also the serious Jewish outlook that goes to our sources is a new day, and because God brings out the sun every day, and it is existential to be in a fight, not to be stable. And in the West, stability is the way things are, and everything that is not stable is a diversion from the day-to-day, and that's exactly the opposite. And if stability is something that needs to be broken, then you always have to struggle. How do you change reality? There's the vision of jihad, and the Mukawama person is devoted to that. The jihad strategy and the Mukawama strategy is, in this sense, synchronizing constant tension. On the one hand, never to stop fighting and struggling. You must never stop the struggle. But on the other hand, you have to be very realistic, very pragmatic. They're not deluded, they're not messianic, they're not disconnected from reality. On the contrary, God is in the details, God is in the reality. We must not crash ourselves against a fence or a wall. We must find cracks and use these cracks. And Allah Karim. And what does it mean? A constant struggle as a fundamental way of life. It is the opposite of Clausewitz. Clausewitz, of course, is German. He's a Westerner. He's from Western Europe, 19th century. And he explains, you don't need to read his writings in order to know that war is the continued policy in different ways, in different means. Clausewitz allows me to explain what a Mukawama is and what a jihad is and what mujahideen is. It means the exact opposite. It means that war, instead of war being an extension of policy in different means, it means that the policy is the extension of war in different means. It means that when war reaches a kind of dead end, because the circumstances are not optimal, or if there's marhalat listadraf, which means a stage of weakness. If it's not my day, tomorrow's a better day, a different day. It is just like Khomeini's poisonous cup speech, where he accepts the surrender, a kind of surrender at the end of the Iran-Iraq war. He faces parliament and he says, this is the will of God, this is reality, and tomorrow is a new day. And we should ask today, where's Iran and where's Iraq? And in this respect, the Hudna too is not just one step on the road to peace, but on the contrary, it's a time out in war, waiting for another opportunity, better circumstances, and constantly preparing for what has now become an obstacle. To understand the practicality of it, we have to look at a research done by the History Department, Ohad Naslo, about 1995 to 2000, the last 5 years of the security build. We didn't understand a thing. We thought that we were stopping Hezbollah from reaching Ma'alot school, as happened in 74, but that's not what happened. We thought Hezbollah sought to free the Lebanese soil, but that was just an excuse. All that Hezbollah wanted is to use this excuse that legitimizes it internationally to liberate Lebanese soil, and by that way to humiliate the IDF, which is the main purpose, to humiliate Israel and to make us irrelevant compared to our military force, and to make us leave in a way that we are actually abandoning our allies, the southern Lebanese army, because we are traitors. If there was a wall that is strong, who relies on a feeble wall? No one wants to lean on a feeble wall. You go to another stronger wall, and that's what they've managed to do. And what happens the day after we leave Lebanon in 2000? We thought they would put down their arms because they finished their assignment as the French resistance. But no, that was just an excuse. The Shaba farms were just an excuse. We're fighting the Shaba farms in order to reach Jerusalem. The Shaba farms are the gate to Jerusalem. The same is true for the naval border, the same with the 1713 points of disagreement, because it's not going to end there. It's just an excuse. And I will soon wrap up. I just want to present this very simply. They are fighting for an Islamic redemption vision. And as Nasrallah said in the last Friday of Ramadan, the Al-Quds Day, Nasrallah said, I believe that in my lifetime I will pray in Al-Aqsa. So it's not the 13 points that they care about. It's not the Shaba farms. It's all an excuse. Their point of departure is a supreme religious reason, and because of the 13 points and the villages and the Shaba farms, they just want an excuse to fight Israel in order to make the impossible possible and destroy Israel. That is their purpose. That is what they're fighting for.
Thank you, Gershon. The next one to speak is Tal Beerir, Head of Research at Alma Center. He will focus on the current threat by Hezbollah against Israel after the months of war. According to the Minister of Defense, 1/2 of the Hezbollah commanders were killed, leaving the territory for IDF operations. Is this so? Tal, please. So, good afternoon now. First of all, I'd like to connect to what Gershon said about Hezbollah and faith. If you didn't step in the offense tunnel beginning in Ramla and going all the way to Zerit, that is 80 meters deep, maybe doesn't understand the connection between faith and Hezbollah. If you go there, you understand what Gershon was talking about. So as Dana said earlier, and she gave you some statistics, unfortunately the statistics over the past 7 months doesn't exactly show that the IDF is harming the key arrays of Hezbollah in terms of capabilities and fitness. I will talk about the tactical level, I will say how I see this current threat. First of all, we'll begin with the rockets and missiles. You can see it here in the pie chart. You can see the numbers. The main problem is the precision project that did not stop with Fatah 110, that are the Iranian ballistic missiles that have a radius of up to 10 meters when they strike. Let me just say, if one of those is shot towards Tel Aviv, that could hit one of your cars that parks there. That's what I mean by 10 meters precision. It's not going to stop there. The vision of Khamenei from years ago is to give all of the proxies precision weapons. That vision is continuing to become stronger. And this precision potential also moved on to short-range missiles, talking about Grad missiles, Flak missiles, and what is especially troubling is this issue here. I'm talking about the short-range, 65,000 rockets and missiles. You can guess what that means, the meaning of the trickling down, in inverted commas, of longer range missiles. I'm talking about these missiles, what will happen when they join those 65,000 missiles. The CERS Institute, I'm connecting with the previous speaker, the Institute 4000. It is very likely that they're carrying out projects intended to manufacture precision missiles. One of the examples is the Iranian project Lebanon that is designed to upgrade Iranian rockets. They are called in Hebrew the Annihilators. That is their name, and they are trying to make them into precision rockets. These are old rockets. They were already used in the Iran-Iraq war, and later they were used by the Iranian ground forces. Sorry, I'm talking about the ground forces of the IRGC. And these very same rockets, now they're sort of upgrading them. They're making them more precise. And sure, they're old, but suddenly they become much more attractive because they are precise. You have to understand, these rockets can reach up to 125 kilometers, and you can imagine the rocket arsenal that exists. The story of the precision rockets, and by the way, this is the process. This is how they make a rocket precise. It is not a complex process ultimately. It is manifests in a wide-scale confrontation with Israel. What will Hezbollah do? They will launch a mix of rockets. Most of them will not be precise. There will be barrage after barrage, similar to what we saw now. It will be more than scores. It will be hundreds of rockets. And for example, to the Karayot, just to the south of us here. Now, not all of them will be precise, but it doesn't really need many precision rockets. It is a very dense urban area. For sure, they will manage to hit. So you can see not a lot of is going to be put into making them into precision rockets, but Hezbollah has a lot of these, and concurrently will choose all of the sensitive sites that Israel has here in the Haifa port, and that is could be very lethal. And you have to understand their fitness, Hezbollah's fitness right now, is for the immediate future. There is no real damage that was done to their missile and rocket array. I'm saying this for the first time, so here it's a scoop. You're hearing it for the first time. What we estimate in view of the precision rockets, in addition to the missiles, especially the Fatah 110 array, our new assessment is that as we see it, we are changing our assessment. We used to say several hundred rockets and missiles that are precision weapons. We're changing it to several thousands. Again, I'd like you to think of the pie chart again. We're talking about a magnitude of a large number of projectiles, of which we now assess they have about several thousand that are precision weapons. With regard to tunnels and the underground in general, with regard to shooting from underground, you have to understand that harming underground infrastructure is different when you compare Gaza to this area, because in Gaza, the ground is comprised mainly of sand. In Lebanon, it is rock. And we believe that right now, as we speak, Hezbollah is learning lessons, as they understand it, from the IDF's fighting in the south, and implementing these lessons as we speak in the land of tunnels of Hezbollah. This Hezbollah's land of tunnels in Lebanon, it includes, we believe, several types of tunnels. We'll start with the strategic ones. They are interregional tunnels. They were dug from one area to another, from Abqa to south of Lebanon, from beyond the Litani River to the south of the Litani River. These are the strategic tunnels that are ultimately designed in order to transfer equipment, vehicles, forces. Another purpose of these tunnels is what you see here. This is a kind of an imaging that we performed of the strategic missiles of Hezbollah. We believe that this is where they're located, in the east of Baalbek. It's the same as what you see in Iran. The next panel will talk about that. What they do is they come out of these underground piers and they are launched. When we talk about strategic tunnels, this includes this issue as well. Other tunnels that you can find, that very possibly the IDF will find in Lebanon, are of course the offensive tunnels that were revealed in December 2018. I don't know if there's any more, but any beginning intelligence officer should assume that there are. The same is the tunnels that come close to the border. They don't cross the border, but they come very close to the border, and that's what they're used for. The enemy can hide in them and can surprisingly come out of them. Again, I don't know how many there are, if there are any, but the assumption should be that they do exist. And then there is also the tactical regional tunnels. They are inside the villages, inside the military areas. They're used for their own movement from place to place. And of course, there is the explosive tunnels that are under the communities. And the assumption is that these tunnels are there waiting to be used. Now, who helped the Hezbollah? Obviously, the Iranians and the North Koreans, who were very involved in this construction infrastructure, and who helped Hezbollah to get this going. I can tell you that I don't know now. I ask myself whether we are underestimating the tunnels in Lebanon, and I ask myself, to what extent do we know about the land of the tunnels in Lebanon? I can't answer the question, but it does trouble me a lot. Now, with regard to the UAVs, 3 years ago we thought they have about 2,000 UAVs. That was based on fairly solid data that we had. And our current estimate is that the UAV arsenal, with an emphasis on suicide UAVs, has increased at least by hundreds. We get examples, demonstrations of this almost on a daily basis in the northern border. Now, dealing with swarms of UAVs from Lebanon is different to what we saw in the Iranian attack in April. First of all, the geography of things. It is not the same time to detect them and to warn about them. And The other parameter is obtaining intelligence. Both of these things will make it very difficult for the IDF to deal with this. I estimate that Hezbollah will be able to get a portrayal of victory if there is a war, as they're actually doing now as well. Now, with regard to anti-tank weapons, I'll say this briefly. We have the Russian Cornet and the Iranian Almas. The Cornet, we know it as 6 kilometers, but now the range is much higher, very problematic. And the Iranian Almas, it is based on the Israeli Gil. It's a 16-kilometer weapon that you just fire and forget. It comes in a high trajectory from above, and it is very difficult to find a solution for this. Beyond that, we have the upgraded Russian RPG. The Iranians added something to that. And this addition of the Iranians allows to penetrate armor and perform a thermobaric process of fire, and that causes a lot of damage to maneuvering forces. We have seen, and we also issued documents about this, that the Iranians sent these weapons to Gaza and to Hezbollah, and they actually covered both of these things that they sent according to relevant camouflage colors. In Gaza, it was yellow, and for Hezbollah, they got the green packages in the color of the greenery. We saw Iranian writing on these things that were sent. Now, their aerial defense array manages to even shoot down some of the UAVs. There is the missile from Iran that managed to shoot down some American UAVs. I think the last one was about a week ago. And you have to remember they also have Russian batteries. They are proper, so to speak. SA-8 is one of them, and that they got from Syria. Now about Radwan. With regard to Radwan, here is what the statement is. We believe that Radwan, if he so wishes and if Hezbollah so decides, will be able to put in action a program of infiltrating Israel. They will use less forces and the area will be smaller. The Radwan forces will probably do this using about several hundreds, 100, 200 operatives, and the area they will go into will be relatively small, and that is unlike the original program where they wanted to use thousands of operatives. Now they have obviously lost the element of surprise, and there's a lot of IDF forces in the area, but we do estimate that if they so decide, they will be able to do this with a smaller number of operatives. The Radwan force fitness was not harmed, all in all. You have to understand that even if the Radwan operatives have distanced themselves from the border, that is not making them less fit and ready for war. They continue to train also close to the border, we believe. And even if the IDF has harmed 9 senior officers of Radwan and key assets, after all, their fitness of that unit was not harmed. You have to remember, Hezbollah is a military force. They're able to handle injuries and fatalities. And Radwan, that is the cherry on top. And in order to harm them, much more has to be done than what is being done now. In other words, it is very difficult to significantly harm Radwan if we continue to conduct ourselves as we have been doing until now. And no doubt that the Radwan force is a tremendous challenge for the IDF still, and also very clear and imminent danger if they decide to come into Israel. Another item that doesn't get talked about much because it is unpleasant, but I will talk about, that's the chemical issue. Now, we believe that we cannot preclude future use by Hezbollah of chemical weapons against Israel. When I talk about chemical weapons, even chlorine is chemical weapons. Of course, it is primitive. It is not serine. It's not VX or anything else that is more impressive maybe, but it is chemical warfare. I have to remind you that a tank of this substance, when it blew up in the Aqaba port, a whole chlorine tank exploded. Immediately 12 people died. Chlorine is relatively easy to store, easy to use as ammunition. It is not difficult to store like other chemicals. And ISIS themselves in the civil war in Syria, they used chlorine in their mortar bombs. And therefore, we believe that Hezbollah, if they get the right circumstances, if they have their back to the wall, we believe that they will use this kind of substance against Israel, against the IDF forces that are maneuvering. And in the end, in CERS, as I told you in my previous talk, they have the chemical infrastructure for the more complex substances. And I cannot rule out a situation where circumstances that are very difficult for the Shiite axis, that this kind of weapons will not be used against Israel from Syrian territory. I cannot rule out this kind of scenario. In conclusion, Hezbollah will be ready, was ready, and fit against to invade Israel before October 7th, irrespective, regardless of Hamas. They're also ready and fit now. Perhaps they even want to have a war of this kind. The more we hear about ceasefires or arrangements, they will want to have a portrayal of victory, and they will continue and increase their efforts. Maybe what's happening now in Rafah will encourage Hezbollah to do more. We have to understand that absolutely no agreement, no political or diplomatic agreement will prevent Hezbollah to continue to work and operate freely in the entire Lebanon area. You have to remember that. And any agreement of this kind is just buying time. But we have to understand it will always a misrepresentation. And I'm sorry to say, but the only one who will comply with the agreement is Israel. A wide-scale war, a wide-scale confrontation, I believe, is not a question of when. It's not a question of whether. It's a question of when. And my personal estimate is that a war against Hezbollah might break out anytime between now. If there is an agreement this year, then or in the near future, then that will just buy time. But I believe that if we have an agreement this year, then at the latest, I believe that it's going to take 2 years from now. I believe Hezbollah is interested in a war, and there will be a war in Israel by the end of 2026, and that is my personal assessment. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Tal. I'm inviting our President, Sarit Zehavi, again to talk about the civil mechanism of Hezbollah as enabling the human shield tactic.
Can you just please help me move the slides or go between the slides? Oh, this is good enough. Thank you. Okay, it's always hard to talk after Tal, be the next speaker after him. But actually, it's been my hobby to talk about the civilian matters. And when I set up Alma Center, I didn't really think that we would be discussing, professionally at least, just as Tal has shown today, you talk about the military issues, because my shtick, my hobby is the civilian matter. And when I set up the center, Alma Center, all I cared about was how come? How is it possible? How come? Mothers like me are willing to hide weapons under their children's beds. You saw it in Gaza very clearly. All the explanations about mentality and culture just did not suffice. I completed my degree in Ben Gurion University. I live in the Middle East. It wasn't enough for me. I was looking for more significant explanations. So almost 2 years ago, we issued a very big report about the civilian medium of Hezbollah, with an emphasis on its executive council. And I'd like to share with you the highlights of this report, which I think explains this mechanism very well, and it connects very well to what Gershon said. I'm actually taking what Gershon has said, and I'm putting it down to practice, to the down to earth. How do you indoctrinate what Gershon talked about? How is it that the civilian arm of Hezbollah has become a mechanism that enables and serves the military arm? They go hand in hand. They can't be separated. And why is it important that any strategic plan of Israel or the international community will also have to address that, the financing, the long-term damage that Hezbollah's civilian array can cause Israel and elsewhere? What you see here on the slide is actually the main insight, and I'm going to go down into the examples in a minute, but this is the key insight, which is that once you set up a civilian infrastructure, once you create a direct connection with the population, once you support the population and provide it with everything it needs in every aspect of its life, it gives you two things. It allows you to indoctrinate, to actually instill the values of the Islamic Revolution and everything that Gershon talked about in the community, but it also allows you to create dependency so that your population will not be able to imagine anything else. I'll tell you a small story. The groups that used to come to Alma Center 2 years ago, we used to show them a video of a woman wearing a hijab. It was more than 2 years ago, who personally is from the Hezbollah base, and there is a huge economic crisis in Lebanon, and she bravely faces the camera and says, I don't have food for my children. What are you talking about? I don't have fuel. I can't make sandwiches for them. You expect me, and you expect her next sentence to say, the people want change. We want the government to change, just as we heard in Syria. But no, her next sentence was, I would like to call upon my leaders. You're responsible. You have to provide me with it. She can't even imagine replacing them. She is in it so deep. And she expects them to do what they said they would do, but she can't imagine having them replaced. And I think this video really does demonstrate that. So Hezbollah basically does not separate between the civilian and the military. The resistance society ideology leads Hezbollah in everything it does, and it's especially manifest in the human shield tactic. And in fact, every civilian service that Hezbollah gives the inhabitants and the residents allows it to create dependency. So this is the Hezbollah's organizational structure. Look at all the civilian. Look at this cutie here in black. That's the only part that's military. Everything else is civilian. There's the Shura Council, which is up at the top. Under it, there are 5 councils. The Judicial Council, which is a Sharia court, a different, separate court than the court of the state of Lebanon. The Parliamentary Council, which oversees the parliamentary activity of Hezbollah, because Hezbollah is a party, a political party, and there are Hezbollah symbols in the government. There's also the Political Council, which is in charge of political consultation, to the Shura Council, and there is the Executive Council, which really is the core of the connection between Hezbollah and the population, the civilians in Lebanon. And in fact, the Executive Council... Well, wait, I'm missing a slide. I didn't notice. So, never mind, we'll skip that. The Executive Council has 9 areas under its responsibility. In our report, we talked about 19 key civilian entities, but I'm sure there are more. For sure, there are more. That are all under this Executive Council, and these areas in which they engage, they cover everything: education, health, sports, economics, including Hezbollah banks, whether it's welfare, society, communication, and even foreign relations. Outside Lebanon, how do you take the diaspora, the Lebanese diaspora, and bring it into this whole thing? All of these entities do not only allow to cover up the military activity and indoctrinate it, but it also allows them to get the civilians on board and harness them. And the Hashem Safi Adin heads the executive council. He's number 2 in Hezbollah. He will be the successor of Nasrallah. I'm saying this very cautiously because he's not too old. And Ali Da'amush is his deputy, and he is in charge of foreign relations, which is kind of like the foreign ministry of Hezbollah. And we see in our report connections to the military infrastructure of Hezbollah outside Israel. And I'm not sure that if I want to stop for a minute about talking about civilian, but there have been effects from Tal's presentation. But have you heard about this theory of effects? Those who are new to, I'm talking about the fact that we can actually hear blasts now, whatever they are. In the executive council, there is also a response, more people who are like military representatives. We don't know them by name, but they are also heads of different regions, the 5 geographic regions: Beirut, Baqa, the southern Lebanon, below the Litani and above the Litani, and also the Lebanon mountains. And I want to give you some examples about what I'm talking about. The Islamic Health Organization, it has this symbol, and if you are from the IDF, look for this symbol. It is the Hezbollah ambulances. There can be a parking area with maybe 40 or more ambulances, and 5 of them will be Red Cross, and 50 of them or 40 of them will be the Islamic Health Organization. And these Islamic Health Organization ambulances will not only help transport casualties, not even just military casualties. They will also transport weapons. They will also transport missiles that are complete and can actually be launched. Another example is Jihad al-Bina. Jihad al-Bina is one of the most important executive arms of Hezbollah. If you know, after the Second Lebanon War and after the Southern Lebanon was destroyed, Jihad al-Bina was very much part of the restoration of civilian infrastructure, and it's in charge of the connection between the civilian infrastructure and the military infrastructure. We also saw it in agricultural aspects. It partakes in building the infrastructure. It helps hide and conceal missiles. It also led the tunnel project that Tal talked about. And on the day after the next war, which we're probably about to witness, it will help Hezbollah recover. Qard Hassan is another example. It's actually the Hezbollah Bank. There's a very nice picture that we issued of UNIFIL soldiers taking money out of Qard al-Hassan ATM machines. Yes, they take Qard al-Hassan ATMs, they draw money out of it, they take money out of the machine, they get cash from Hezbollah-owned banks. Another example we saw is opening Qard al-Hassan branches in a Christian town in Lebanon. And even though there's a financial crisis in Lebanon, they're opening new branches in Amshit, in a village that's Christian in the heart of Lebanon. So these sanctions are probably ineffective. My doctor used to say, no drug is ineffective if you don't take it. No drug is effective, if you don't take them. So sanctions are ineffective if you don't enforce them, if you don't impose them. And the same is true for the Iranians, by the way. And we see an increase, a huge increase in Qard al-Hassan's activity. Again, it's another piece of this puzzle. It's another part of the jihadi capital, if you can say that. Between 2020 and 2021, Qard Hassan itself said that it issued loans amounting to $553 million. That's $500 million. Where's the money from? Good question. Let's move on. Let's move on to Hezbollah's sports organizations and facilities, education facilities. Here you see the Imam al-Mahdi Boy Scouts. This is the Iranian Quds Day. They're stamping on Israeli flags. We have a collection of such images. We see them every year. We see the Khomeini on their uniform. And the indoctrination of hatred towards Israel, hatred towards the United States, the big devil, the small devil, it's all part of every educational activity. Another example, do you remember that Netanyahu a few years ago exposed a few Hezbollah sites in Beirut? We discovered 30. One of the sites that Netanyahu talked about was on a soccer field, a soccer pitch. And they immediately brought all the photographers, Hezbollah, to show that it's nothing but a football pitch. Not a single journalist asked the most basic question. Whose club is this? Whose football club is this? Is it Maccabi? No, it's El Ahid Football Club. It's a Hezbollah football club. And it's their football pitch. So within 24 hours, you can make anything disappear. And these El Mahdi Boy Scouts and the kids going to Hezbollah schools and the people living under this Hezbollah indoctrination very soon join their military activity, the Hezbollah military activity. 90 Hezbollah operatives who were killed in these last few years have been Imam al-Mahdi Boy Scouts. And in fact, these Boy Scouts are part of the international Boy Scouts, and they're not on the list of sanctioned organizations. Did you just hear this boom? There's effects to my presentation. So just to wrap up, this is a nice presentation just to wrap up with. Our summary is education. Education is being harnessed. Look at the messages. This is a report we issued a few years ago. We looked at Hezbollah educational activities between 2012 and 2018. I don't need to read this out to you. Just look at this. There's Shuhada, there's Shia, there's Jihad. This is what they're educating for. So the resistance society, and again, I have to say, it was very hard for me to pick the visuals for this presentation. There's so much to pick from, so much proof and evidence of this. The Hezbollah's resistance society is manifest in another term, which is Taba el-Alma, which is just general drafting, the reserve entity of Hezbollah, if you will. These are relevant to help on the battlefield, and they are subject to the Jihad Council. But again, it's all connected. Under this entity, there are civilians. Part of their activity can be part of the Executive Council, and here's the connection between the different councils. They're volunteers, men, women, doctors, farmers. And the farmer, for example, can use the launcher in his field or to open the tunnel shaft once they get the command to do so. These organizations are professional, organized, deployed. They serve the vast majority, the greater public in Lebanon. They are not Lebanese state organizations. In fact, they compete with them, and in fact, they make them redundant to a certain degree. And that's why Lebanon can't progress and can't advance anywhere. It means that the formal entities become irrelevant and die down, and that's the matter of the civilian mechanism that undermines the sovereignty and stability of Lebanon as a state, while strengthening the orientation and loyalty to Hezbollah. And this is an image from a video of children in a Beirut school with flags of Iran, flags of Khamenei. This is the direction they're headed, and that's what we need to take care of. And I'll stop there.
I'm inviting the panelists to the stage to answer questions. Any questions that anybody would like to ask? Please just stand and introduce yourself. If they don't use a microphone, I can't hear them. I'm sorry. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Kleinfeld. I have a question I'd like to ask Gershon. You talked about the theological matter, about faith, and before I came to Kfar Vradim 20 years ago, I came from Jerusalem, and I remember going into a garage, and the name of the garage was Holy Land, Holy territory, garage. For them, everything is much stronger in these terms. My parents came to Israel after the Holocaust. It was about building the land, and it was about Zion, and there was the anthem on the radio, and we've lost all of that. Are we going to be able to face, in view of what you said, that here in the Middle East we're surrounded by very strong religious faith? And then now we don't have another country. So if it's not Jerusalem, maybe Berlin will be easier for us. Well, the answer is very simple. Myself, together with Ben-Gurion and my grandfather, who made Aliyah to Israel with the Trumpeldor pioneers, that's the people I think of. And when I pray, I take things very seriously. One of the problems of the Jews in the diaspora is that what they say in the prayers, they don't really mean it. Somebody in Brooklyn will say, next year in Jerusalem, but they don't really take it seriously. And the idea with Zionism is taking things seriously. I'm looking to show you a picture of what the oath of the Haganah looked like. The Haganah members took an oath, and the oath was to even sacrifice their lives in order to defend the people of Israel, the country, and the redemption of Zion. Everybody talks about redemption then. Now, if you talk about redemption, nobody's going to want to have anything to do with you, like Ofer Winter. Nobody wants to hear those things anymore. But Ben-Gurion said, we have to understand that we came here for redemption. That is what the Declaration of Independence says. In the end, it invites the diaspora Jews to come to Israel in order to redeem the Jewish people. I take that extremely seriously. And therefore, as Lilach said earlier, also in the periphery areas, that's where we need pioneers. We must remember the pioneering spirit. It exists, and we need to encourage it. And if we return to Manara and to Metula, it has to be young people who are ready to live a difficult life. We're not Denmark. We can't pretend to not be here. And we need people who can fight that changes that will still come. It is a battle, an ongoing battle, and we have to be prepared for it. Another question for Gershon. With everything that was said about the Hudna, why do we need to count on the Abraham Accords or a change with Saudi Arabia? Maybe that too is just an agreement that is going to be breached very soon. Well, you know what? I'm an Arab person. Everything is temporary. Abraham, our forefather, he also understood that. I'm not talking about anything permanent. Look, the Labour Party objected to the Camp David peace agreement by Menachem Begin. All of them objected, but everybody voted for. I can show you what Shimon Peres said then and what Aaron Yadlin said, because they believed that destroying Jewish settlements is forbidden. They would have never done this, but Begin wanted something to be final. Mapai never believed finality. They were Ostjuden. They knew that nothing is final. Every day is a new day. It doesn't matter what we agreed yesterday. And therefore, the agreements of today, I mean, if you look at how the Americans speak, they're talking about two states living side by side in an everlasting peace. I asked them, what is everlasting? And nothing is everlasting. It's like a couple standing in a Jewish wedding. There is a contract between the spouses because they know that everything is temporary, even then. More questions? Dana, nice to meet you. I have a question for you. You gave us the quantitative data. Do you identify some kind of matching between what Hezbollah do and what Hamas do in Gaza, for example, when the ground offensive begins? For example, when we were coming up to a hostage release agreement and now towards Rafah. And all of you, I'd like to know, in conclusion of today, Hassan Nasrallah, is he more Lebanese or more Iranian? In other words, can he decide independently as a Lebanese, or is he just a cover for the Iranians? I'll begin. Let me focus on this. We're talking about the northern border, but that cannot be separated from the southern front. Hezbollah also says that they will join what is happening in the south. Please speak to the microphone. Can't hear you so well. Speak into the microphone. I'll help Dana. I don't think that there is any connection with regard to some sort of military collaboration or coordination, you know, do this now and tomorrow do that because we're doing this today. That doesn't exist. Why? I explained it earlier to somebody in the corridor during the break. You have to understand the Sunni Palestinian is Hamas and the Shiite Arab person is Hezbollah. Now, Hezbollah in the food chain is somewhere up top. As far as they're concerned, the Sunni in the food chain is somewhere below the ground, under this stage. And even if that's only if they're being generous. So no, that is not going to happen. No way that Hezbollah will be dragged by Hamas or coordinate anything with them. And by the way, that's why, in my opinion, Hezbollah is not going to join. I said that earlier to you as well. They were already ready for action as far as they were concerned. They didn't know that Hamas was going to do what they did, and they failed to act because of Hamas, because of the reason that I just described, because of this Arab honor. That is the main reason, in my opinion. So, bottom line, there is no such cooperation. Can I add to that, please? Because you know, you speak Arabic better than I do. You know how Arabs think. Sheikh al-Qaradawi was invited by Johnson to London. Johnson was Prime Minister of the UK. And in 2004, when he invited him, he was Mayor of London. Al-Qaradawi, after 9/11, was a persona non grata in the United States because he was thought of as the teacher of bin Laden. And then, in a press conference, Johnson and Sheikh al-Qaradawi were asked, how do you invite this terrorist? And Qaradawi said, I am the representative of the tolerant Islam. So the question is, what is he? Is he lying? I would ask him, what are you more? Are you the representative of the tolerance or of terrorism? And the answer is, both. Depends on the context. Nasrallah, exactly the same. He's both Lebanese and he's pro-Iranian. That's what his deep faith is. And according to the context, he synchronizes. That's how they live. They don't have to be mathematically coherent. And the most important thing in this regard, when you're asking somebody, what are you, more this or more that, something tremendous happened when during the declaration by Khomeini on Jerusalem Day. Jerusalem is the bridge between Shiites and Sunnis. Jerusalem, according to radical ideas in jihad, is even more important than Mecca. That's why there is ISIS groups that so believe Jerusalem is now the connection point of the new Islam. I'd like to add this. On the last Jerusalem Day of Iran, that was celebrated in the entire Middle East. Their sign said Worldwide Jerusalem Day. Next, I personally think that there was full collaboration and coordination with regard to October 7th. We won't agree with one another. That is only one thing that we don't agree about. That is how wonderful research is. And I think there was an Iranian decision, I don't know about Nasrallah, but the Iranians decided to sacrifice Hamas because of what you said, because what do we care about Hamas? Later we'll see. We'll see where it goes from there. Now, with regard to Hezbollah as an Iranian organization or a Lebanese organization, the problem is that if we now sit here and say that Nasrallah believes he is Lebanese, people listening to us will think that he cares about the future of Lebanon as a thriving country, and soon he's going to be building high-tech companies in Beirut. No, that is not the story. The fact that Nasrallah wakes up in the morning and says, you're both Lebanese and Iranian to his people. I don't think he says that, but let's assume that he does. It doesn't mean that he wants the thriving of the state of Lebanon. No, that is not what it implies. And therefore, bottom line, when I have to describe the connection between Iran and Hezbollah, what I say is that Iran is Google International and Hezbollah is the CEO of North America. And they're almost together in this. It's not that he has 51% of that, he's almost a partner. And they care about what he says and what his needs are and what the inter-Lebanon needs are. But ultimately, it's very clear who the boss is here and who you have to be loyal to first and foremost. And Nasrallah says it very clearly. The loyalty is to the supreme leader. And that's what they want to promote. Someone sitting here, I don't know if he wants me to mention his name, but he taught me that Hezbollah's first flag was the Islamic Revolution in Lebanon, not the Islamic resistance. And that's the goal. And for this goal, no problem for Lebanon to go back to the Stone Age. No problem. That will happen first, and then Hezbollah will become stronger. Just one last thing I want to say, but it's not the end because we saved the best for last. The last panel that we want to begin with now, I recommend that you stay because you'll hear new things. Thank you to our panelists. You're welcome to speak to the panelists later if you have any more questions. In our final panel, we don't have a moderator, and I'd like to invite my colleague, my friend Colin, right? Colin, is it you that you're first? Sorry, no, Cliff. My friend Cliff Sobin. Should I tell the story, how we met? Cliff Sobin Googled Israel's security challenges in the northern border one day, and he saw me. And since then, I say to him, you are family. His books are outside. You can order them on Amazon using QR. Very recommended. One is a comprehensive book about Hezbollah, and the other one is about us, the northern communities, our stories, including the ones, mainly the ones that are not here with us today. And Cliff, I asked him to speak here as a guest lecturer because I thought it's very important for us to talk about how to talk about the Northern Front. How do we talk about it in English? We do something at the Alma Center. Are we doing it correctly? Are we not doing it correctly? Cliff is American. He lives overseas and he receives what we publish. And that's why I invite you, Cliff, come and join us, please, a little bit to explain how it should be done, the PR project of Israel.
Thank God I can take this off. I apologize for speaking in English. I was a terrible student in Hebrew school. I've been asked to talk about how to talk about Hezbollah in the United States in a way that will resonate. But first, I want to give you my observations of the problem and what's going on and offer a couple of solutions. But first, as always, a couple stories. 2 weeks ago, I was at a wedding in the United States, and I met a young Israeli woman that had come to the United States, and she was going to law school there. And we talked, and I told her I'd written a book about Hezbollah. And she said, oh my, about Hezbollah, you know what the most impactful thing was for me? I said, what? She took a group up to northern Israel, and she said, have you ever heard of Alma? I said, absolutely. She knew everything about Hezbollah. The next day, I went with my wife. I said, I'm coming to Israel. I'm going to see friends. Let me walk through a pro-Palestinian rally just so I can see what's going on. And there I met a woman, 25, 26. She did not go to that college, but she had majored in Middle Eastern studies, and she was involved in the pro-Palestinian rally. And I talked to her, honestly, probably 2 hours. Very nice person, just we completely disagreed. I said, what did you study in your Middle Eastern studies? She said, Yemen and Iraq. I said, what did you learn about Hezbollah? She basically said, nothing. And that's what the story is in the United States. I talked to groups in the United States about Israel. I talked to them about Hezbollah. I talked to Jewish groups, Christian groups, mixed groups. They walk in knowing maybe this. Hezbollah is kind of bad, kind of tied with Iran, and the older ones have a hazy recollection that Hezbollah was involved in some way in blowing up the U.S. Marine barracks in Beirut in the early 80s. That's it. And I thought that was going to be all my story until I drove up here and got lost on because Waze doesn't work. So I'm listening to a podcast from something called The Daily Show. That is a podcast that a lot of younger Americans get their information from. A lot of them. It's from the New York Times, and the podcast, the one I was listening to, was all about, it was today's podcast, and it was all about what's going on in Gaza and whether or not there'll be a deal with Saudi Arabia and so on and so on. Not 1 second did they touch on the issue in the north. That made me do what I'm not supposed to do, which was kind of look at my phone while I was driving. Hopefully Israeli police aren't here. And I looked through all the other podcasts and only found one in January that seemed to suggest they might talk about Hezbollah because it was about all the threats and all the issues in the Mideast. And out of about 21 minutes, there was 30 seconds to a minute about Hezbollah. So the story is not being told. It's being told here when people have time. Alma does a tremendous job. There are other groups in the United States, but it's the people that want to hear the story. What about people that are not anti-Israel, but just haven't heard the story? What's going on? What are the challenges? So why is this even a problem? We had 1701 up here, Lobby 1701. We've had all this. Tal, you freaked me out with the new news that I listened to just in the last few minutes. It's an incredibly huge threat. To do something about it is going to require diplomatic means or something else. But to have the opportunity to do that, to succeed, you're going to need space and you're going to need time. And that means the information media war that needs to be fought, the information space in the United States especially, but also elsewhere. The problem is it's not being fought. One of the problems is money. I looked it up. I don't know, Gershon might be able to tell me otherwise, but a Merkava tank looks like it costs about 10 to 12 million shekels. A platoon, Merkava platoon would be 30 or 40 million shekels, a company over 100 million and a battalion over 400 million shekels. If you don't have the time and space to use them, why even buy them? They're not doing you any good. But I don't think, I've been interviewing in Israel for the last 10 days, I would bet you the information budget of the state of Israel is far less than the cost of a battalion, a Merkava battalion. Maybe even less than the cost of a company. That's wrong. The other thing is, who's your audience? Miri Eisin has left, but she taught me, and it was very appropriate, that there are 3 audiences. There's an Arab audience, there is an Israeli domestic audience, and there's a Western audience. And the messaging is completely different depending on the audience. You guys, when I say you guys, not you, but just Israel's alone, I don't think you're messaging about Hezbollah to an American audience at all. And what kind of messaging works? It's something that has to grab attention within 3 to 5 seconds. It has to grab your attention, preferably have some emotion, and also inform. If it has all three, that's great. And you have an opportunity to tell the story. If it has two, that's good. If it has one, not so good. So let's look at some videos. Can you run the video of this? This is a picture that I saw on the news about the IDF destroying a building used by Hezbollah. Not all that interesting, certainly not emotional, and I don't even know if it conveys a lot of information. To all of you it does, because you know that missiles are hidden in civilian structures inside Lebanon. But that requires some thought and interpretation by whoever's watching it. They're not going to do that. This is a black and white grainy video. I've seen some color ones put out by the IDF. Come on, guys, we can do better to send the message about what is being hidden inside Lebanon and the danger it faces. Next slide, please. Now this conveys a message and an emotion immediately. You guys know this guy. He keeps coming back. The goal is clear, definite and accurate. Wipe Israel out of existence. Why isn't that on the messaging that's being done to Americans in the United States? Why isn't that just being made clear? That was given to me by a friend. This was in February of 2024 in Hezbollah's news outlets. Next slide, please. In December, I was in Israel, and I went to the Northern Galilee Council, and they showed me this image. This, I think, is in Manara. It's Israelis running from cover, and this is a bullseye. This is a Hezbollah video. Now, I imagine their audience is an Arab audience saying, rah, rah, look what we're doing. I don't know. But that conveys a message for somebody with the right kind of titling that somebody in the United States would understand. Hezbollah is hunting you. They're hunting you. Use the right words, because that's what it is. Next video. This is another Hezbollah video. I think it's Metula, but I'm not certain. You guys would know. Fired an anti-tank missile, and there it goes. Maybe it's not Metula. Okay. Where? Thank you. Boom. Now that sends a message to an American audience about what Hezbollah is doing. I'll tell you what doesn't send a whole lot of message. And I am very much involved with it. Over and over I hear about the 60,000 that have been evacuated and the 40,000 or so others just behind that have been impacted and the businesses that are going down and all of that. But I will tell you, in comparison, not for me, but for somebody that's not informed, comparing what's going on in Gaza and so forth, and frankly, even what happened on October 7th, it doesn't tell the story. It doesn't resonate. So how can you tell a story? And what kind of stories? So I wanted to say one other thing. All these things I just showed you for the military people here are kind of tactical. They're impacting, they're talking about events and what's going on at the moment. But there's a strategic story to tell, which the North has an opportunity to tell that, frankly, Israel has failed to tell. They've lost a narrative, and it's difficult to tell in the context of all that's going on in Gaza and the Palestinian stuff. And what is that narrative? That narrative is that Israelis have a right to live in peace and security in the Jewish homeland. And that means Israelis. I use that word on purpose. It's Jews, it's Druze, it's Muslims, it's Christians, Alawites, whomever. If you're a citizen of Israel, you have a right to live in peace and security. That's the narrative. Now, Tal, if you are correct and war starts tomorrow, it's too late to start on that narrative. If you are correct and war starts in 2 years, you got to start today. You got to start today. It should have been yesterday. That's how you insulate against events. That's how you get people to start seeing the other side of things. You may not win over everybody, but if you get 30% of an opinion, you're insulating them against the most grievous things. You're giving an opportunity. So I want to kind of close with just some thoughts and some ideas that I had. They're not the ideas. They are a million A ideas. Yaakov, I used your narrative. You missed it. I stole it straight from Yaakov. What are the thoughts? First of all, what I'm saying is, think out of the box. It takes a million different things to succeed. There is no one answer. But if you don't try 100 things, 1,000 things, you won't get there. No paralysis by analysis. And so what are my thoughts or ideas? First of all, you need some money. Lobby 1701, don't just lobby for policy. Lobby for some money to be spread around to NGOs in the United States and for you to use and so forth. Create videos. I got 2 minutes, but I'll finish in 90 seconds. Create professionally done videos that will explain stuff. I'll give you some other out-of-the-box thoughts. I looked it up. There's 3,700 synagogues in America. Messaging needs to go to the leaders of all those synagogues with information and so forth. 10 or 20% of them will respond. But those that will respond, you can start to have a conversation. This takes manpower. This isn't 1 or 2 or 3 people. This is everybody in this room times 10. This has got to be a huge effort, not the effort of a couple committed people. Student leaders. There are student leaders on campus and all over the stuff. They need the information they need to hear. Because remember, your issues here are pure. It's about the right to survive, the right to live in peace and security in a Jewish homeland. That's it. You don't have to explain any other stuff. But guess what? You do a service for the entire nation. Because once you start that narrative can snowball, and it impacts everything else. Do I have any others on my crazy list that I wrote while I drove up here? IDF. I got a little criticism. Do you remember when we had Dana up here and she said, how many events, Dana? 1,700 or something like that? Why don't we know how many rockets? That needs to be given out by the IDF. Let's not hide it. It's not secret information. In fact, some of the best information war stuff is done when the intelligence units use intelligence for the military, but also intelligence for public diplomacy. Let's have a true, accurate account of the amount of missiles and where they go and maps. And then finally, for an American audience, you need emotion. You need to be able to identify. My suggestion is pick a few communities here in the north. Maybe Hanida. Maybe Kiryat Shmona, maybe Metula, maybe Rajar, maybe Menara. Pick 3, 4, 5. Make them household names. That doesn't mean the others are not suffering, but if you try to explain what's going on in 50, it's like me trying to remember 50 people's names I've met. I might remember 3. So the bottom line is, but Gershon will always remember yours, but the bottom line is focus on a few communities, tell the story of those communities, and then guess what? Focus on a few people. Not just once, but the story all the way through. When I was here interviewing in December, I knew people at Kibbutz Dan. I met them at the hotel where they were what was the term? Not evacuated, relocated to in Haifa. And then I met people over at Kibbutz Dan, and I'm keeping in touch because I try to write a little bit about their stories. But let people and places become common knowledge. This won't all happen at once, that you will have success. But if you don't start, it'll never happen. Thank you very much.
טוב, עכשיו בעצם אני רוצה להזמין את קולין.
I'd like to invite Colin, please. I think for me it's really the crown jewel today. Colin works at Alma Center, and he has taken the initiative to put in the ground analysis or the field analysis, to put it into our talent I could have ever imagined, right? Far beyond. To the point that Hezbollah thinks that we are an extension of Mossad or something to that effect, and they have issued videos about us all week. So Colin will show you some of the products that he published this year. Eyes on the ground. We don't have eyes on the ground. This is what they think. And it's great that they do.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know what you're thinking, more Americans. Oh my gosh. Well, first of all, what an honor it is to speak on the same stage as people like Miri, Giddy, Tal, and of course Sarit. Sarit and others. Sarit hired me to create a special project. And this project at the Alma Center is a visual analysis campaign that we like to call Eyes on the Ground. So, in my past military experience, locating enemy forces to be targeted with airstrikes was my primary mission. Now, with that process, that requires visual confirmation and to have eyes on the objective. This does not include the blurry, black and white, murky drone footage from 20,000 feet, but rather to have actual eyes up close to the target. And this intimate view of the enemy is something that we at Alma felt really needed to be brought to the public's attention, because we believe that our audience is entitled to seeing what is actually happening in the Middle East. So, because with this information war, seeing is believing. And we created this campaign, and it's a simple concept with a video series which maps and visualizes military targets across the Middle East, found using open sources, with each video through the use of 3D mapping tools, satellite imagery overlays, and photography taken on the ground. A new, revealing and unique view of the enemy forces can be presented. We start by following a lead on, for example, IRGC activity. A lead can be anything from posts on social media to official government reports to other research centers, information, or breaking news. And once we locate the IRGC activity, then we can begin to analyze the surface for any developments. And this project is also extended to Lebanon, Syria, Iraq, Yemen, elsewhere. But for today, we'll just keep the focus on Iran. A positive indicator that we receive on the authenticity of what we expose is that, it's funny when they do this, the enemy forces will then scramble to delete what we already exposed. By then, it's too late. So for the Iranian sites we're about to see, first I'll get us oriented, and I'll provide some context, and also, and then I'm going to take us there. So the IRGC missile valleys in Kermanshah were already widely reported, if you remember the Iranian missile attack on U.S. forces in Iraq in January 2020. But a bird's eye view of a mountain base doesn't provide much insight as to the infrastructure and weaponry stored inside. The nature of satellite imagery is that they're flat, two-dimensional, and looking top-down. But thanks to spherical photography taken from an adjacent high ground, what was before just a map becomes an in-person glimpse into an Iranian base. So considering Iran is a highly mountainous country, anywhere anyone can reach Overwatch positions, that made us make the primary focus of our campaign the IRGC ballistic missile program. Also, satellite imagery is static. It's a moment frozen in time. So when dealing with enemy forces that have gone underground, you have to capture them at the right time. By capturing their existence, you prove your legitimacy in your narratives. And that was just one of dozens of sites. Now we can move on from ballistic missiles to drones, another one of many sites. Following up with a lead from 2021, we revisited the site where construction had been reported of IRGC infrastructure, and we found a UAV command and control station which conveyed that these silos, which are identical to the launch silos you'll see in a second there, are for the purpose of launching salvos of UAV swarms. 6 silos were exposed in total, which would mean 18 drones per salvo. Although this is very high-resolution imagery captured by the Maxar satellite, we still merely are spectating, and what we want is to be there. Like, we felt that there was a distance between us, and we wanted to close it, because now you can see when you're an observer there. Only then you can realize the massive scale at which Iran is building these bases and their efforts, not just by reading abstract measurements using a map ruler. And progressing with the drones, the Iranian drones, they're not meant to stay in Iran. The Iranian weapons aren't, none of them are. They're meant to be exported. Their purpose is, that's their purpose. And this is an example of geolocation. From this August 2022 exercise, courtesy of Russian forces, they didn't censor the coordinates on their screen, so it was very easy to verify that location. And that location just so happened to be the exact same place where they have their UAV arsenal, where Russian delegations had visited to purchase and procure Iranian drones for their war in Ukraine. So this was the first instance of known instance of Russian training on Iranian soil on the use of Iranian drones for combat operations and for their use on European soil. So as for exporting, not just to Ukraine, but of course to their proxies across the Middle East, as Tal mentioned, we mapped the Iranian corridor, and now we would like to see it, and that's what it looks like on one of many parts. So we tried to illustrate what the journey looks like as though you're driving through there yourself, so we can get a first-person view on what is positioned on the corridor. And it's both Iraqi government forces and also the Iranian proxy militias that are usually stationed along these main roads. They both have their own interests in securing these routes. There were some destroyed vehicles there from their previous fight with ISIS. And when I mentioned that we would like a first-person view, not just a map, it can sometimes quite literally be a first-person view. So that was the northern corridor. The southern corridor is much easier for the Iranians because it's the Shia strip of Iraq. That's friendly territory for them. Here's what a rest stop for cargo trucks looks like. This is what the cargo truck drivers would see when they're on their path to delivering weapons. This is an Iranian proxy camp that we explored, but for time constraints, we're moving on to Karbala, Iraq, where we could see who is the dominant force. It's the proxy militias that really control the city. These are some of their flags. It's the same groups that are currently attacking U.S. forces across Iraq and Syria as part of the axis of resistance. Now, thanks to U.S. forces stationed at El Tanf, the southern corridor is blocked, but they're still coming through Abu Kamal, and we can explore just how secure the Abu Kamal area is by flying into the barracks of an Iraqi border police squad. Now, I saw this, now we could see everything. Their video camera feeds, the weapons under their beds, their faces where they sleep, their names written on this board in Arabic. Thankfully, we have a great Arabic translator, Hala, who translates that stuff. Iraqi police, we can see that they're Iraqi police, but the most alarming thing is we see their weak sense of security, operational security, and an open border, their physical security, where nothing is stopping weapons from being smuggled past them. And yes, we can confirm these are Iraqi forces. They're in Iraqi uniforms. And also just, the general, ISIS is still out there. They're still hardcore. Why are Iraqi forces operating in such a conduct? So it was through these techniques that I've shown you that Alma is exposing to the Western world the threats posed by Iran and its proxies. And so our goal is to do this by showing and not just telling. And I really think that by using eyes on the ground, we also have eyes on the truth in this conflict. And I think, well, yeah, that's what I think. Thank you.
You can imagine I'm just like a proud mother now. הגענו לסוף. בטח יש לי איזה מצגת עכשיו. הגענו לסוף ואני לא רוצה לעכב אתכם, אנחנו ממש מחוץ לזמן. אז אני אקח ממש כמה דקות לתת קצת את ה-wrapping up של היום הזה. ואני רוצה להתחיל מאיזושהי אמירה פרובוקטיבית קצת, אחרי גם מה שנאמר פה על ידי טל. בסוף תהיה הסדרה. בסוף תהיה הסדרה דיפלומטית בלבנון. נרצה, לא נרצה, זה לא חשוב. בסוף תהיה הסדרה. היא תהיה מתואמת עם חיזבאללה. נרצה או לא נרצה, זה לא חשוב. זה מה שיהיה. עכשיו השאלה שצריך לשאול, זה איך היא תיראה. וכדי לענות על השאלה הזאת, אנחנו צריכים להסתכל על הקודמת, זאת שמופיעה פה עכשיו על הקיר. 1701, נתנו שם ללובי, איך שהם נתנו את השם הזה ללובי, אמרתי להם, מה נתתם את השם הזה ללובי? זה החלטה שהיא נכשלה. אבל זה נשמע טוב, זה מצלצל טוב. אבל זה לא החלטה טובה. אין כוח אכיפה במנדט הזה. אין מנדט למישהו לאכוף בכלל את המנדט הזה. יש ניסוח יפה שאתם רואים אותו כאן, שמדבר באמת לא על פושבק, לא על נסיגה, הוא מדבר על אזור שהוא חופשי מכל נשק לא לגיטימי, כלומר פירוק מנשק. זה חשוב, הניואנס הזה, אנחנו צריכים לדבוק בו. אבל בסוף, 17 שנה, יוניפיל צריך לעזור לצבא הלבנוני, לייצר את האזור הזה של 25 קילומטר פחות או יותר מהליטני עד הגבול. יוניפיל צריך לעשות כל מה שהוא יכול, על מנת שהאזור הזה לא ישמש לשום פעילות עוינת כמו זאת שאנחנו שומעים ברקע. זה לא קורה. זה לא קורה, יוניפיל אומר, אין לי מנדט, בסוף הוא חוטף, אלה רק כמה דוגמאות. הרכב שנוסע עם הגלגלים המפורנצ'רים, זה מלפני כמה שבועות בלבנון, והדביקו עליו גם דגל חיזבאללה, ובאמת היה לי קשה לבחור את התמונות בשקופית אחת. יש כל הזמן עימותים כאלה, יוניפיל, חיזבאללה ממתג את יוניפיל כמי שמסייע, כסוכן ציוני, זה הביטוי שהם משתמשים בו. ובעוד התמונות האלה רצות, אני בעצם חושבת שאנחנו מדברים על איזושהי הסדרה עתידית, צריכות להיות לנו שתי נקודות פתיחה. נקודה פתיחה אחת היא צבאית, שצריך פגיעה מוכחת ביכולות של חיזבאללה. זה מבחינתי המשמעות של ההרתעה החדשה, אין באמת הרתעה לארגון טרור, הבנו את זה כבר מכל היום הזה, אבל לפחות נפגע לו ביכולת שהוא יבין שהוא לא יכול לעשות את מה שהוא רוצה, למדתי את זה מלילך, אני מאוד מעריכה את האמירה הזאת, ותוכנית הגנה במקביל באזור הצבאי הזה, גם אופנסיב, גם דיפנסיב, תוכנית הגנה פסיבית ואקטיבית, זה פעם אחת. פעם שנייה, הדיון על ההסדרה לא יכול להישען על החלטה 1701. היא נכשלה. הוא צריך להישען דווקא על החלטה אחרת, אולי היינו צריכים לקרוא לזה לובי 1559. 1559 זו החלטה מ-2004, אין לה שום קשר לישראל, היא עוסקת בנושאים הפנימיים בתוך לבנון, מה שאתם רואים פה על הקיר, והיא אומרת שצריך לפרק את כל המיליציות מנשק, והיא תיתן תקווה לא רק לישראלים, אלא גם ללבנונים. זה מאוד מאוד חשוב, ועל זה צריך לדבר, על פירוק מנשק, ולא להתעסק בנסיגות וכאלה ואחרים. השבוע שאל אותי מישהו שפגשתי, למה ישראל מסרבת שצבא לבנון יהיה הכוח אכיפה הזה שאנחנו מדברים עליו, הרי זה מה שקרה ב-1701, למה אנחנו לא מסכימים לזה, מה הבעיה? אז אני אשים פה את השאלה, מי יפקח על המפקח? אם צבא לבנון יהיה המפקח, מי יפקח על המפקח? 17 שנה איפה היה הצבא הלבנוני? הוא סייע בצורה אקטיבית לחיזבאללה, להסתיר את פעילותו הצבאית. הוא שיתף איתו פעולה מודיעינית, אני עמדתי בגבול יום אחד, וראיתי חייל מהצבא הלבנוני, מאבטח את הפעיל חיזבאללה שעומד ומצלם אותי. ביחד. בסטלבט שלהם, בדחקות ביחד. צבא לבנון העמיד לרשות חיזבאללה את המתקנים הצבאיים שלו. צבא לבנון אף פעם לא התעמת עם חיזבאללה. זה אחים. מאותה משפחה. יכול להיות אחד הלך לצבא הלבנוני, אחד הלך לחיזבאללה. כמעט 50% מהכוח הלוחם בחיזבאללה הוא שיעי. זה הדמוגרפיה בלבנון, אין מה לעשות. ואני, האמת, לא מצליחה לזהות, אני עוברת אל חיל רוח בלבנון, לא מצליחה לזהות. תנועה שיעית נרחבת, משמעותית, בעלת כוח, שתשמיע את הקול שלה מתוך לבנון, לא מהגולה, נגד חיזבאללה. לא מוצאת את הדבר הזה. אפילו אמל, שרץ איתו בבחירות, משתתף במאבק נגד ישראל, זה לא משנה אם זה, מאיזה טעם, זה המצב כרגע, גם אם זה ישתנה מחר. הסיוט שלי, כתושבת הצפון, זה הפסקת אש. מצחיק מה שאמרתי עכשיו. הסיוט שלי כתושבת הצפון זה הפסקת אש. תחזיר אותנו ל6 באוקטובר. ונחיה עם טפטופים של רקטות. כמו שאחינו בדרום חיו עם טפטופים של רקטות. וראינו איך זה נגמר. זה נגמר בטבח. לכן לכל הסדרה עתידית כזאת, שאמרתי, לדעתי היא תקרה, לא משנה אם נרצה אותה או לא, צריך להיות עקרונות שאנחנו צריכים לעמוד עליהם כמדינת ישראל. בראש ובראשונה דדליין. כמה זמן נחכה עד שחיזבאללה יתפרק מנשקו בדרום לבנון? שנה? שנתיים? 17 שנה? כמה זמן נחכה? כמה זמן טפטופים? נספוג טפטופים? דבר שני זה כוח אכיפה אפקטיבי, שיהיה מוכן להתעמת עם חיזבאללה ויהיה לו מנדט ברור לאכיפה. אני בכל פורום בינלאומי שאני מדברת ושאני פוגשת, אני אומרת להם, אין בעיה, אתם רוצים להביא פה כוח בינלאומי, אהלן וסהלן, שיבואו, רק שיבואו, אתם מוכנים למות במקום חיילי צה"ל, אני בכיף עם העניין הזה. הם מסתכלים עליי בהלם, הם בכלל לא מבינים שהמשמעות של כוח האכיפה זה עימות עם חיזבאללה. הם לא מבינים את זה, מבחינתם אם חיזבאללה הסכים להסכם, הכל בסדר, הוא הסכים, לא, זה לא יעבוד ככה. כמו שאמרתי, ואני חוזרת ואומרת עוד פעם ועוד פעם, פירוק מנשק זה לא בהכרח נסיגה, אלו שני ביטויים שונים. אנחנו כל הזמן שומעים את המילה נסיגה, אני לא יכולה לשמוע את זה. פעילי חיזבאללה מתים וחיים בדרום לבנון, מדרום לליטני, במחקרים שלנו, יותר מ-60% מפעילי חיזבאללה שנהרגו על ידי צה"ל בעימות הנוכחי, חיו ונקברו בדרום לבנון מדרום לליטני. אז לדרוש נסיגה זה פיקציה, זה לעבוד על עצמנו. טענה נוספת שאני שומעת זה שגם ישראל הפרה את 1701. בואו נדבר על זה רגע. מה זה ישראל הפרה את 1701? המשכנו לטוס בלבנון, נמשיך לטוס בלבנון. נמשיך לטוס בלבנון, כל עוד אין לנו הוכחות מוצקות, בהירות, שהטילים עלו על המשאיות ונסעו צפונה. עכשיו כולכם, עכשיו אני יודעת מה עובר לכם בראש הישראלים פה, מה אם מדברת זה לא יקרה. נכון? חיזבאללה לא יסכים לזה, אני מסכימה. אבל זה לא אומר שאנחנו לא צריכים לדרוש את זה. שני דברים שונים בין הערכה שלנו שחיזבאללה לא יסכים לזה, לבין זה שאנחנו צריכים לצייר מטרות, מה אנחנו רוצים? איך אנחנו רוצים שהמציאות הזאת תראה? What's the end goal? כמו שאומרים האמריקאים. עכשיו זה בעצם, מה אני אומרת כאן? אני מציעה פה לרבע את המעגל, כן? אני אומרת חיזבאללה לא יסכים וזה מה שישראל תדרוש, אז מה עושים? וכאן אני מתחברת למה שאמר קליף, וזו גם הסיבה שאנחנו מדברים באותו פאנל. אי אפשר להביא בעיניי שום הישג, בשום זירה, בלי המערכת הבינלאומית. אם עד עכשיו, אחרי 4 חודשים שאנחנו מדשדשים בשתי החזיתות, לא הבנו את זה, והחדשות השבוע של עיכוב משלוח נשק אמריקאי, עוד לא הבנו את זה, הגיע הזמן שנבין את זה. אי אפשר, אנחנו צריכים לעבוד עם המערכת הבינלאומית, ואנחנו צריכים לתת למערכת הבינלאומית את כל המידע על מה שהולך פה, כדי לרתום אותה יחד איתנו. למקבלי ההחלטות, כמובן, אני מדברת בראש ובראשונה על מקבלי ההחלטות. אני פחות עוסקת עכשיו בסטודנטים באוניברסיטאות. אנחנו רואים את זה, לאויבים שלנו יש אינטרס מאוד מאוד ברור, מעבר למטרת על שדיברנו עליה. אינטרס ברור כרגע, עכשיו, בקמפיין הנוכחי. וזה לייצר משא ומתן מתמשך. משא ומתן מתמשך לשחרור החטופים, שלא קורה. משא ומתן מתמשך להסדרה בצפון, ומשא ומתן מתמשך בסוגיית הגרעין. אני זוכרת את היום שגילו בצה"ל את פרויקט הגרעין באיראן. הייתי שם. אני זוכרת את היום הזה. 20 שנה. 20 שנה יש משא ומתן על פירוק איראן מיכולות גרעיניות. בינתיים הם רק מתקדמים. לפין עשה על זה מאמר מצוין. האינטרס של נסראללה כרגע זה לייבש את הצפון. איך מייבשים את הצפון? משאירים את 60,000 איש מחוץ לבית. זהו, הוא לא צריך הרבה יותר מזה. יכול להיות שתהיה איזושהי סיבה, וטל הציג את זה שרדואן ייכנסו, לא ייכנסו. בסוף מספיק לו, מה שהוא עושה עכשיו זה סבבה, מספיק. גרוע מכך, לאמריקאים יש שעון שמתקתק לסיום המלחמה. זה אינטרס אמריקאי, אין מה לעשות, זה לא אותו אינטרס הישראלי והאמריקאי. והאינטרס האמריקאי הוא שקט בבחירות, יש להם בחירות בסוף השנה. אין מה לעשות. ולנו יש שעון אחר, 1 לספטמבר, דובר כאן היום, תחילת שנת הלימודים, כן, לדבר הזה יש משמעות בהמון מעגלים. מה השעון האיראני? אני לא יודעת. לא, אני לא יודעת, אולי לא בנצח, אולי יש איזה משהו של מתישהו יעשו איזושהי... אני לא יודעת, באמת שאני לא... אני גם לא חושבת שנדע. השבוע פרסם יוסי יהושע, שמתחילת המלחמה נחתו בישראל 370 מטוסים, ו-65 אוניות הגיעו, כל זה עם סיוע צבאי לישראל, הרוב הגיע מארצות הברית. אני לא יודעת כמה אנחנו יכולים בלי הסיוע האמריקאי, אבל כשאני רואה את המספרים האלה, נשמע לי ככה על פניו שאנחנו לא יכולים בלי הדבר הזה. וזו הסיבה שאני קמה בבוקר. זו הסיבה שאני עושה את מה שאני עושה במרכז אלמה, שראיתם את כל הפרויקט היפה הזה היום, זו הסיבה. אני חושבת וזה שוב, זה גם מתחבר למסר של קליף, אני חושבת שלישראל צריכה להיות לגיטימציה להגן על עצמה. ואת הלגיטימציה הזאת היא לא מובנת מאליה. לצערי הרב, זה המצב. אנחנו צריכים לעבוד בזה. עכשיו, לא כשהמלחמה תפרוץ. עכשיו צריך לעבוד בזה. המערכת הבינלאומית צריכה להכיר את כל מה שנאמר כאן היום. קליף קצת דיבר על איך עושים את זה. היא צריכה להכיר בזה שאיראן איום גלובלי, לא רק ישראל. אחת השאלות שהייתי נשאלת, שהכי עצבנו אותי לפני המלחמה, זה, תגידי, את חושבת שישראל בקרוב תתקוף באיראן? את מתקני הגרעין? וכל פעם הייתי מסתכלת עליו ואומרת, למה אתם מצפים שישראל תתקוף באיראן את מתקני הגרעין? מה, זה רק אינטרס של ישראל לתקוף באיראן את מתקני הגרעין? מה עם ארצות הברית, אירופה, לאף אחד לא אכפת ממתקני הגרעין של איראן, רק לישראל אכפת ממתקני הגרעין? אז את זה צריך לשנות, את הדבר הזה, את התפיסה הזאת. המערכת הבינלאומית צריכה להבין את עומק השבר הקיומי שאנחנו חווים פה כתושבי הצפון, אבל באותה מידה היא צריכה להבין את עומק האיום הגלובלי שמציבים משטר האייתולות באיראן, לנו, לאמריקאים, לאירופאים, אם תרצו, אפילו לאוסטרלים. העברנו בזמן המלחמה מידע על טקסים שנערכו באוסטרליה לזכר פעילי חיזבאללה, שנהרגו בדרום לבנון. אם אני מנסה רגע אחד, ואני רגע הולכת קדימה עם האמירות שלי עכשיו, יוצאת רגע רק מהבינלאומי, ואני מנסה רגע לסכם את כל מה שנאמר פה היום, ואני פתחתי את היום הזה באמירה שאנחנו רוצים להתמקד בעולם הבעיה ופחות בפתרונות, אבל לא התאפקתי, את האמת, לא יכולתי להתאפק. ואני מנצלת את הבמה שיש לי פה, כדי לשים על השולחן כמה רעיונות, אולי לא בשלים, אולי מאוד ראשוניים, אבל שאפשר להתחיל לעבוד. איך מחזירים את הביטחון לתושבי הצפון, בעצם איך מחזירים את תושבי הצפון. ואני אשים פה כמה רעיונות על השולחן, שכל אחד מגיע מבאמת תחום אחר, ולצערי הרב בפאנלים באונפלים, לפעמים הרעיונות האלה נשמעים כאילו הם מנוגדים אחד לשני, ואני חושבת שצריך לשים אותם אחד ליד השני, לא אחד במקום השני. דבר ראשון, כמו שאמרתי קודם, הישג צבאי ברור של פגיעה ביכולות של חיזבאללה. גלנט מספר שיש הישג כזה. אז תוכיחו. כמה טילים? מה נפגע? איפה הפגיעה ביכולות? הוא מספר לנו שחיזבאללה רוחק מהגדר ובא בעת נורים טילי נ"ט, אז תסבירו לי את הדבר הזה, כי אני לא יודעת להסביר אותו. ואם אין הישג כזה, אז צריך שיהיה הישג כזה. ואני לא מתעסקת עכשיו אם זה מלחמה כוללת או לא מלחמה כוללת. אני חושבת שאפשר לעשות הרבה יותר גם מתחת לסף של מלחמה כוללת. אפשר, הייתה גם תקופה במהלך המלחמה הזאת שעשו יותר. הדבר הזה הוא חשוב גם במשא ומתן דיפלומטי, גם אם בסוף אמרתי, בסוף נגיע להסדרה לא משנה מה, אם נגיע להסדרה כשחיזבאללה יותר פגוע, יש יותר סיכוי שנצליח להוציא דברים יותר משמעותיים בהסדרה הזאת. ככל שחיזבאללה יגיע יותר חזק להסדרה הזאת, ככה ההסדרה הזאת תהיה פחות טובה. מיגון, זה לא עומד בסתירה על סעיף א'. אני חושבת שצריך מיגון. לא יכול להיות שאין לנו מיגון. לא יכול להיות שאנחנו שולחים את הילדים לבית ספר כשהבית ספר לא ממוגן. זה לא יכול להיות. זה לא יכול להיות שמנהלת בית הספר אומרת לי, תחליטי אם את רוצה לשלוח את הילדה כן או לא. דבר הזה הוא לא יכול להיות. הוא לא יכול להיות אני לא יודע, אפילו אנחנו לא יודעים את המספרים, כמה מתושבי הצפון אין מיגון, אבל כנראה המספרים הם גבוהים מאוד. כי הרבה מאוד בתים פה נבנו לפני שנת 91. ובגולן. מבחינתי צפון זה גולן וגליל. לא יכול להיות שאין לנו מיגון. וזה לא עומד בסתירה על הצורך בהישג צבאי. אני מיד מסיימת. תוכנית הגנה יישובית, כפי שתיארו לילך וגידי, זה לא עומד בסתירה על ההישג הצבאי, לא עומד בסתירה למיגון, צריך תוכניות הגנה יישוביות, וצריך לפרסם לתושבים אם יש כאלה כבר. וצריך שצה"ל יערך לתרחיש הייחוס. אני מצטערת אם עשיתי בלגן למתרגמים מה זה תרחיש ייחוס. אנחנו מסיימים. 4 משפטים. אוקיי. על ההסעה ישר לאוטובוס, כשאני מסיימת זה עניין של 3 דקות. תרחיש ייחוס זה משהו שצריך להתכונן אליו. אם יש חומות יריחו, או יש תוכנית התקפה של חיזבאללה, כולם הכירו את התוכניות האלה בצה"ל, ולא היינו מוכנים אליהם, צריך להיערך לתרחיש הייחוס. זו לדעתי צריכה להיות תפיסה בסיסית מאוד בתפיסת הביטחון שלנו. ההרתעה, הייתי מסכמת את זה בהרתעה והתראה out, תרחיש ייחוס in, זה מאוד מאוד חשוב, ועל הסדרה כבר דיברתי. בכל מקרה, כל תוכנית מלחמה, לא משנה אם נרצה אותה, לא נרצה אותה, ניזום אותה, ניגרר אליה, זה לא חשוב, צריכה לכלול את ההיבטים הרכים שלה, הומניטרי, טיפול באוכלוסיית אויב, וקמפיין לבינלאומי, זה הלקח המרכזי מעזה, וצריך להכין את התוכניות האלה. כבר עכשיו, הקמפיין הרך עוסק בדיפלומטיה ציבורית, ולכן הוא צריך להיות מקדים לקמפיין הצבאי. איך שלא יהיה. אסור להשאיר את היוזמה לטבח הבא בידי חיזבאללה. אסור שהוא יחליט מתי ואיך תראה המערכה שהוא מתכנן לכיבוש הגליל. הוא כבר מעדכן את התוכניות שלו, זה בטוח. צריך לשלול ממנו את היכולת לבצע אותה, ובמקביל להיות מוכנים להגן על היישובים, גם לתרחיש של חדירה קרקעית. והכי חשוב, דין מטולה כדין ירושלים. זה מה שצריך להנחות אותנו. והערבים שלנו רואים את זה. אם אנחנו נוותר על מטולה, אנחנו נוותר על ירושלים. ראינו איך זה הסתיים כשלא נהגנו ככה עם תושבי העוטף. תודה לכולם שבאתם, ההסעה תכף יוצאת.